Hiya, papaya! Hi, possum. I see you there. How are you? It's fine Savic Sunday morning, evening, afternoon, time.
Good morning, Aspen. Good morning, Miho, to you.
Good morning, possum, to you. How did you sleep? Did you sleep well? Did you do the good sleeps? You better have. Thank you for looking at. Thank you. You better have the good sleeps, or else. It's a lot. I don't know why you were tired at all. I have no idea why you could be tired. Not a single clue. Not a single clue why you could be tired at all. Definitely not because you stayed up real late watching someone play Omori. Could not possibly be the reason why. I love the music blaring in my ear. It's great. Anyways. You still stayed up though. You still existed. You know? Just because you took a quick hour nap doesn't mean you still didn't stay up. There's a difference. Also, you did work, so there's also probably why as well. Working. So, quick update on the poll. The poll is less than 2 hours left, and it's a three-way split. Fuck you, Bolivia, and my friend Nick. Can't believe it. I can't believe you do this to me. I can't believe you do this to me. I'm disappointed in you. Anyways, we got more mystical random lady who thinks you're pretty. Iwi. Let's go talk to this pretty lady. And try to remember what voice I gave everyone. Fuck. Spit out a newfound curiosity. Aspen began to search. Oh, this is a narrator. Fuck it, whatever. Aspen began to search about the kitchen. A small part of her worried that she was being disrespectful to Miss Lay's memory. Was it opening those drawers and cupboards tantamount to robbing a pharaoh's tomb? But Miss Lay hadn't been buried inside her home, Aspen reasoned. And anyway, Miss Lay wouldn't have minded even if she had been alive. Miss Lay had always liked it when Aspen took an interest in her ornaments, her paintings, and her potted aloe plants. She liked answering Aspen's questions. As Aspen examined the kitchen, she searched, not for physical objects, but memories. She could remember, if not fondly, then with faint nostalgia, Miss Lay's rose patterned plates, her faux silver cutlery, her china mugs decorated with pictures of kittens that they'd taken tea out of every Sunday. But to Aspen's disappointment, oh no. Like the nursery rhyme about old Mother Cupboard. All the cupboards and drawers were bare. Althea had been right. People had stolen everything. Even the bits and pieces that wouldn't be worth all that much. Like the old-fashioned potato peelers in the cookie molds. And Miss Lay's lovely old teapot. All that remains, unnoticed or unwanted, was a rusty old bread knife, rattling around and as lonesome in the back of what once been the cutlery drawer. Everything's gone. I told you so. And the plates, or even the plates are gone. Miss Lay really loved those plates. They were a wedding present when she got married to her husband. They were from her mother-in-law. Well, I can't imagine either of them will be missing those plates much now. The casual offhand way Althea spoke about her husband, but she wasn't sure why. She was being silly, Aspen told herself, attaching so much value to plates she'd eaten pink wafers biscuits from. She'd never really liked attending Miss Lay's little tea parties, and the house had always smelled of mints. Why was she feeling so defensive? It looks like they left this bad boy behind, though. Althea reached into the sacked cutlery drawer, and extricated the rusty old bread knife. Aspen eyed her anxiously. You should be careful with that thing. Don't be daft. It's so old, I doubt it can cut through better. That'll be why nobody pinched it. A shaft of moonlight spilled through the gap-toothed window. It caught on the side of the blade, so it shimmered. You know. Althea looked at Aspen, her eyes narrowed. I don't have any fingerprints. This was such a bizarre non sequitur. Aspen wasn't sure what to say other than, excuse me? You heard what I said. I don't have any fingerprints. What's one without them? That isn't true. You're teasing me. No, I'm not. I'm being perfectly honest. The pads of my fingers are completely smooth. They've always been that way. I could go through the house touching absolutely everything. Nobody would know I'd been here. Althea grips about the knife tightened. She squeezed so hard her knuckles turned white. Whiter than our hands already were. I could stab you with this knife right now, and the police would ever know I'd touched it. They probably think you committed suicide. How would that be an interesting murder? Agatha, Christy, eat your heart out. Aspen eyed the blade of the knife uneasily. Though the blade was rusted, like Althea said, she still didn't like the thought of it being plunged into her neck. The skin would tear away, just like wrapping paper. Then she'd start bleeding. Even a blunt, rusty knife could cause a lot of damage when presented with a canvas of unsullied human skin. I don't know if you're joking, but it's not funny. I'm not joking. I'm being perfectly honest. But I guess honesty isn't always the best policy. Not when you're talking about murder, no. Sorry. I was just kidding around. It's not like I'd really kill you, you know? I hope not. Althea smiled apologetically and shrugged her shoulders. She set the knife back down in the drawer, giving the blade an almost reverent caress. She shut it back away in the dark. I guess my thoughts can be a little messed up sometimes. I've been spending too much time here in this old house, reading about Moira and Miss Marpel. Pierrot. Poirot. Aspen frowned. You read detective fiction? Aspen's father was rather fond of Agatha Christie. Their shelves back at home were crammed with dozens upon dozens of slim, paperback novels rescued from charity stores. Penny was always getting on about James to sell some of those old books off. She said they didn't have enough space. James, being James, ignored her and made juvenile, jovial remarks about his wife being the next Marie Kondo. Marie Kondo. Penny was not impressed. Bits and pieces. The dearly departed left a huge collection of books behind, and I was going through them. You've been reading a dead woman's books? Well, why not? They're about the only things that didn't get stolen, but her collection is pretty interesting. Do you want to take a look? It's more exciting than the kitchen, at least. Well, Aspen frowned for a few moments. She felt unsure. I think it was pretty, yes, and she was bubbly and exuberant and honestly fun to talk to. But her sadistic jokes and her macabre sense of humor seemed a fair indication that all was not entirely right with her. Who jokes about committing murder, particularly when someone they barely knew? But Aspen had made a pinky promise, and that formed a binding contract that couldn't be broken. As we all know, pinky promises are the strongest type of contract. Aspen had vowed that she would be Althea's friend. She didn't want to go back on her word. Never, Bruno. I will not shut the fuck up. In fact, I will have you start talking instead.
There you go. I knocked out 2.
Get the last guy. Get the last guy.
Let's
Get
go.
your-
Nah, Red, get last guy. Get last.
Turn me down, motherfucker. It's not that difficult to turn the volume down.
Get last guy, Red.
Get the last guy.
No, Red. No, not.
It's
Red,
fixed,
no.
just turn down the volume.
Red, no. This is it.
Oh my
It's really not
gosh.
that difficult
Red,
to
right there,
turn
guys,
down the
right there.
volume.
Come on, you
There's
guys.
another guy behind the truck as well.
Hello, Bolivia. Welcome, welcome.
Oh
No,
my
no,
God.
no. It's just a 3-3.
Sure it is. It's quite funny, ain't that?
3-3. So Kaizen, he's the last one. You kill him.
Oh my gosh.
You kill him. We win.
Wait, what? Oh, I didn't realize Red. Fuck.
Come on, Kaizen.
Yes, let's go.
There we go.
Whoa.
Good job.
Wow.
Guys, just was clutch
Fuck.
today.
Shut up, Bruno. Shut up.
Are you serious?
Clutch
I don't wanna
today.
hear-
The thing is, I never proofread my
Oh
I never
my God,
proofread my
you're
tweets.
right.
I don't look
You're
them back
right.
over ever. I don't proofread anything, as you know. Fuck you, Bolivia.
I guess that's a good
I
time
did
to,
fucking
like,
misspell it. Oh god. Well, I'm too lazy to fix it.
dude.
Quick intermission, I guess.
Oh well. I wish we could edit tweets for
what do
free,
you mean?
but no, I have to pay for it.
What do you say?
Imagine paying. Hey, at least you got the money back, right? For PayPal? She didn't want it. She didn't want to let Althea down. I know when you in Stream Elements you type in the email you used for your PayPal, and I missed a number in my email. So Bonavia sent money when Bonavia donated $6.90 one time, it went to some random person. Or maybe an email that didn't exist. It was held there for a while and then she got it back eventually. And so it was with a small smile, Aspen finally acquiesced. Oh, alright then. Great. Let's take a look. I'll lead you on a guided tour of what once was Miss Lay's home. I'm the one who used to come to this house every Sunday. I think I could give a better tour than you. Yeah, but you only knew this house when it was alive. You hadn't seen much of it, now that it's dead. Aspen opened her mouth, just ready to say... What? That Althea was being ridiculous, or, as she herself had termed it, dopey? The layout of Miss Leigh's house had changed after her death, though Miss Leigh's belongings are much more scuffed up and dirty and dusty than they had been. But belongings that hadn't been stolen, at least. The house was still the same house. At least it was, logically. But logic didn't always apply to reality. There was something subtly wrong about Miss Leigh's home now that Miss Leigh no longer lived here. It didn't smell of mints, a musky lavender perfume. Instead, it smelled of decay. Maybe Althea was right. Maybe the house had changed in some great, irreversible way since Miss Leigh's death. Now it was just an empty structure without an owner, divorced from the other neat, square homes on Paradise Road, a faint, tumultuous entity filled with nothing but memories. Alright then, I'll follow you. Good girl. I knew you'd see it my way. Now, let me get my torch. Althea turned back to the washing machine. Aspen noted for the first time a white tote bag rested upon the old appliance, which must have belonged to Althea. It matched her outfit. Aspen wondered what was inside her bag, other than the torch. A torch being a flashlight, by the way. You non-UK people. A torch, not a fire torch. A flashlight torch. It'd be quite daunting if she put a flame torch. Unless... A mobile phone? Passkeys? A wallet? Somehow those articles all seemed too mundane. Such personal effects didn't suit the girl in white with her insatiable love for theatrics and drama. Alright, here we are. Althea extricated the torch from her bag and turned it on. A small circle of orange light emitted from the head of the torch. So, my lovely assistant, shall we get going? Right. Oh wait, I need to pull this up. I just realized I need to turn this source on. Boop. Ah. Thank you, Possum. This is for you. And a stretch. The path limited by the artificial orange light of the torch, Althea led them out of the kitchen and into the hallway. It was much darker away from the kitchen, with its windows open to the elements. All other windows in the house had been boarded with plywood, as had the front door. The hallway was completely black, save for Althea's torch. No moonlight, so much would reach them inside. As they crossed the hallway, the old wood plank creaked in protest. Aspen glanced about. Was that real? Wow. Perfectly timed. There was like weird chirping sounds outside. There was a chirping sound. I was like, what the fuck? Is that in the game? Or is that in real life? Parts of the hallway looked the same as you remembered. There was the green wallpaper, the little wooden table, and the tall, skinny couch stand that looked like a denuded tree. The wallpaper was starting to peel, however, and somebody had taken both the old telephone and the vase of fake flowers from the table. Miss Lay's thick woolen coats and hats and scarves were missing from their stand. Her shoes, beige pump flats and slippers, were gone. Somebody had even flitched the paintings of boats and seagulls that had been displayed on the wall. Filched. Aspen could see patches of wallpaper that were brighter than the rest. Conspicuous rectangles that showed that something was missing. Aspen shivered, winding her arms around her middle. Is it cold in here, or is it just me? It's you. You're imagining things. Everything's boarded up. No one can't get in here, right? Right. No. In we go. Althea's free fingers reached out in the darkness. Her palms rested flat against a wooden door which Aspen knew led to the living room. Gave it a push. The door opened with a low creak. The noise was almost ominous, like a whispered warning. But Althea didn't seem like the sort to care about silly things like omens. Not if they got in the way of her fun. Althea entered the living room and Aspen trailed close behind. The living room, more so than the kitchen or the hallway, had a lot of memories for Aspen. This was where she and Miss Lay would sit in those overstuffed armchairs. Aspen was extremely relieved to find the chairs were there, though somebody had pinched the cushions, and talk. In the past, this room had been infused with the scent of freshly brewed tea. But now it smelled of sawdust and neglect. The circular clock was gone from the wall, and somebody had stolen the old VHS player in the where Miss Lay used to rest her heavy, weary legs. The cabinet where Miss Lay had displayed all her little Chinese figures had been ransacked. Most of the figures were missing, and those that weren't had been smashed. At least Aspen tried to console herself that Miss Lay had given her that tiny ballet dancer on her birthday. Part of the old woman's collection still survived, undusted, neglected, on Aspen's bookshelf. The spotters and the thieves hadn't been content to simply take, however. They had left a few tokens of their own: empty beer cans, crumpled takeaway cartons, and an worn sleeping bag. Aspen looked at Althea anxiously. People didn't live in this place, do they? I don't think so. It's just ghosts now. You hadn't seen anybody else around? Just you, like I said. I've been coming here quite a lot. But that sleeping bag, ignore it. I don't think anybody's come back for it. Althea kicked the crumpled sleeping bag into a corner dismissively. That isn't what I wanted to show you. Look at all these. Althea shone the light on the torch on the bookshelf that was set aside against the wall. Aspen looked at it curiously, brow furrowed. Though the Chinese cabinet had been almost completely cleared out, the bookshelf remained in almost perfect condition. No sticky, thieving fingers had been bothered to try to prise these firmly packed books from their perch. Or they had, or if they had, they'd soon given up. They're all here. That's right. I mean, who cares about books today, in today's day and age? It's kind of funny, actually. What is? The thieves cleared out that china cabinet and all the pictures from the wall, but they didn't touch the books. I guess they figured these books were worthless, or maybe they just didn't want them. It'd be hard to run off with all these books. They'd be too heavy. You're not wrong, but some of these old things are certainly kinda rare. I was looking through this shelf and nosing at that. Some of these books look like legit first editions. Take this, for instance. Althea stood on her tiptoes and reached for the topmost shelf of the bookcase. With a bit of effort, she managed to pry free a hard-back book with a deep blue cover. See? She held the book out to Aspen, smiling proudly. As she looked at the cover, illuminated by the orange glare of the torch, she had taken out the title, written in red letters against the royal blue. The Murder of Roger Ackroyd? The murder of Roger Ackroyd? That's right. It's Agatha Christie. The old woman must have loved her. It looks like a genuine first edition from 1926. You know, books like this can sell for a lot of money. Serious collectors will pay hundreds of pounds for this sort of thing. Really? Really? Collectors are crazy like that. This isn't the only first edition here either. There's no bunch of rare books on these shelves. But I guess the thieves thought those china figures could fetch small money. Althea snorted. Those morons. They took all the worthless junk and left the real treasure behind. How do you know so much about books? Why do you ask? There. Is anything wrong with that? Not really, I just didn't expect that from you, I guess. I'm full of surprises. Althea giggled and turned back to the bookcase, standing on the tip of her toes like a ballerina. She inserted the hardback volume back amongst the others. You broke into Miss Lay's home too, you know. I guess this makes us partners in crime then. Just don't tell anybody. I don't have anybody to tell. Poor thing. You sound so sad. Well, I know. Just the thing that'll cheer you up. Kiss? What? A kiss on the lips? Maybe. I was working my way through some of the late Miss Lay's books. There really is something interesting. There really is some interesting stuff in here. There's a lot of detective stories, some classics, some old children's books, some Ian Flemings, and there's also a whole bunch of romance stories. Romance? Yes, old-fashioned bodice rippers. They're kind of funny. Look. Althea took another book from the shelf. It was another hardback, thicker than the Agatha Christie, with a pink cover featuring a slender, pretty woman swooning into the arms of a muscular man. What's this? The Virgin and the Viscount? Exactly what it looks like. Do you want me to read it a bit? Aspen didn't. Reading such a book felt far too intrusive somehow, like cutting open Miss Lay's desiccated corpse and peering at her insides. Laughing at the romantic tastes of a woman who'd been dead for 6 months was far too cruel. Althea, however, seemed to take Aspen's silence as consent. That happened to Aspen with discomforting regularity. Why did nobody ever wait for her to voice her opinion? Maybe she was such a pushover, they assumed her consent was given. This is a really good part. You'll love it. Althea opened the hefty tome one-handedly, still gripping the torch, and glanced down, searching for the particular passage. She cleared her throat. And then she began to read. The tall, broad-shouldered man took her in his large hands and held her close, crushing her small, helpless body against his chest. He moved his fingers downwards, slipping them beneath the hems of her skirt. Annabel's body shuddered in equal parts fear and passion, for she had never been held in such an intimate manner, least of all by such a hulking figure who, despite being a member of the aristocracy, had all the latent strength of a common labourer. Annabel struggled, though whether it was against her captor or her own desire, she did not know. Her resistance, however, was little avail. She was soon overpowered as Darby pushed and pinned her down against the four-posted bed. Don't squirm, my dear, said Darby, caressing Annabel's porcelain cheek with his fingers. If you lay still, it won't hurt as much. And it needn't hurt. I don't wish to cause you pain. He sealed her trembling lips with a firm, hard kiss. Aspen felt her face turn redder and redder. She shifted anxiously from foot to foot. Althea, for her part, looked utterly unconcerned. She skimmed through the pages of the book with amusement, her eyes shining. Can you believe it? It's so filthy. I had no idea Miss Lay had books like these. I mean, she was so old. I guess she had to occupy herself somehow. I don't want to think about that. You're prude. No, I'm not. You are. Who are you to begrudge an old woman's fantasies? It's not harming anybody. Besides, didn't you say her husband died? He died a long time ago, before I was born, but... Well, there you go. No wonder she read about things like this. I feel sorry for the ordeal, being cooped up in this house, all alone. Can you begrudge her for turning stories? Conflict. The body might get older, but the mind remains young and not put that in age on fashion. But despite Althea's charitable words, she was sniggering like a schoolgirl. We come across an all too realistic diagram of the male anatomy in a biology textbook. Being serious for a sec though, this book is super trashy. I tried to read it, but couldn't get more than 50 pages in. I never thought a guy I hardly know wouldn't even like do things like that to me. And why does he have to be so forceful? I think girls are much softer, prettier than men. There was again the word pretty Althea had used it to describe Aspen before, and now she said it again. without any trace of embarrassment. Althea slotted the book back into the shelf, then set the torch down on Miss Lay's old rocking chair, a curious expression on her face. You know what? What? You're much, much more my type than a guy from that book. Case in point. Before Aspen could open her mouth and object, oh my god. Gay. She felt a gentle sensation against her cheek. Althea's lips. Althea was kissing her. It was at this point Aspen started to wonder whether or not she was hallucinating. But then a hallucination would never have felt so soft. Aspen spent much of the previous night and the day that followed thinking about that kiss. What did it all mean exactly? Althea had called Aspen pretty on numerous occasions, and she'd claimed to enjoy seeing pretty girls blush, but Aspen was under no illusions when she came to an appearance. Aspen's hair was dark and felt loosely around her shoulders, but she didn't know how to style it. She had full fringe, mostly to hide her forehead, and her practically thick eyebrows, which she'd always been self-conscious about. Why is Aspen me? Why is Aspen just me? What the fuck? Why is Aspen just me? Why is Aspen literally just me? What the fuck? She like me for real, for real. She had a bump on her nose and its tip always seemed a little too pointed to her soft, hearted shaped face. I literally have my hair, my bangs cover my forehead at all times. She's literally me. What the fuck? I have dark hair that falls loosely against my shoulders because I don't know how to style it. I have a fringe both behind my forehead and my tragically thick eyebrows. She never wore makeup. Mood. She'd never been taught how to apply it. Mood. Penetrated farther with that stuff. She said it irritated her face, and anyway, most of it was tests on animals. That's also true. That's fair. And Aspen had followed suit. Unlike most of the girls at Graham's secondary, Aspen didn't have pierced ears. She was a horrible baby, and she was afraid of needles. That's not me. I'm fine with needles. Stab me all you want with needles. Surgical needles. Oh. No, just start murdering me with needles. That's just weird and rude. When the nurses had come to school to give the girls cervical cancer vaccinations, Aspen almost fainted from the fright. Aspen's face had grown white and pasty. Well, pastier than it was already, and she'd started trembling. She could hardly hold her arms still long enough for the poor nurse to insert the needle. I don't know. What's a fringe? I'm gonna Google what a fringe is because I think that's what I have more than what the definition of bangs are. Fringe. Yeah, I think I have a fringe. I think I have a fringe. Yeah, that's a fringe. Yep. And just I need to trim my hair. I need to trim my fringe again. Oh, it's just bang. Okay, it's the same thing. I need to trim my bangs again. They're getting to my eyes. It's a great time. It's a great time to exist with a fringe with the bangs that just cover your eyes at all times. Thank you. Good. I just trim my hair like periodically. Like I don't want. I need to see. It's important to see. So just occasionally just trim my own hair, my own bangs in the bathroom. Because that's what you do. You do it in the bathroom. You need to who needs to pay for to go to a hair salon? You just trim your own hair like a mad lady. The nurse had been awfully nice about it, and she tried to comfort Aspen as best as she could, but her kind words had been unable to abate Aspen's fear. I have like actual like sharp. I like relatively normal, like actual like hair cutting scissors. I also have like the weird razor thing that you do. I don't know what it's called. It looks like it's not like a real razor. It's you use craft scissors. Awesome. Get proper sharp scissors. Don't do that. Get real scissors. No, fam. Your hair's gonna hate you eventually. The girls in a year, meanwhile, hadn't been so nice. They'd made fun of her. She wasn't ugly, I suppose, but she wasn't particularly pretty either. She was plain in every sense of the word, and she was a horrible coward to boot. Nothing about her really stood out, other than her innate knack of finding corpses, or a corpse. Aspen didn't feel much like diversifying her portfolio on that account. Why then had Althea kissed her? Maybe Aspen thought as she lay on her bed. It stared at the glow-in-the-dark star stuck on the ceiling. She'd been teasing her. That seemed like the most likely explanation. Althea was the kind of girl who enjoyed getting a rise out of others. She told that tale about her not having fingerprints, after all, and Aspen very much doubted she'd been telling the truth. Why wouldn't she be teasing about that? But by that token, why would she bother teasing her about such a thing to begin with? It was all so confusing. But it was not, Aspen thought, her very first kiss. That had occurred several years ago, back when she tried to suffer through her ballet lessons. There had been a girl in Miss junior class with blue eyes and curly brown hair. She'd had her own toe shoes. She had her own toe shoes long before they'd been even started to learn how to go into on point. That was why Aspen remembered her, though she'd not seen her for several years. That's when the kiss. Her name was Charlotte, and Charlotte. She'd always been peculiar. Charlotte used to pinch and poke Aspen, and sometimes she'd give her painful Chinese burns that... Huh? What? Huh? What? Oh. It's grabbing someone's arm and then continually twisting it over and over again? Yeah, it's an Indian burn. But what the I don't know. I don't even know what the fuck that was either. Just the forearm skin. Yeah, okay, that makes sense. Yeah. I've never heard that term ever in my life. At all. Never heard Indian burn, Chinese burn, type of burn besides a literal burn from a fire? Where does that make sense? All the while. Still. She would offer to help Aspen tie up her hair, then gouge her scalp with bobby pins until Aspen whimpered in pain. Once Charlotte had stolen Aspen's trainers from her locker while they were getting changed after class. She'd refused to give them back no matter how Aspen begged. She made Aspen cry. Penny had never liked Charlotte. She called her a bully. It's because her parents didn't rein her in properly, Penny had said. As they drove back from the ballet school that one night, her fingers clenched tightly round the steering wheel. They should give her a good smack. That would sort her out. In fact, I have half a mind to do it myself. Don't do that to other people's children. Ma'am, Penny, stop it. Don't do that. But Aspen had wanted her mother to smack Charlotte. She couldn't bear the thought of anybody hurting her. Though Charlotte had been devious at the time, outright cruel, she didn't deserve that. Despite all her teasing, Charlotte had possessed a sweet side. Once during practice, Aspen had fallen over, hit her leg and threw a hole in her tights and started to whimper. It had been Charlotte, not the other girls Penny approved of, who had taken Aspen to the toilets and dabbed at her bloody knee with a wet paper towel. Aspen sniffled, trying to stem the flow of hot tears that spilled down her cheeks. Charlotte had intertwined her fingers together and looked into her eyes. Don't worry, she said softly, like she was a mother, and Aspen was her little girl. I'll stop hurting soon. But it hurts now. Then I'll take your mind off, Charlotte said. And just like that, she kissed her. It had been a chaste kiss, like a mere brush on the lips, against the side of her cheek. But it had been Aspen's first kiss. She could remember it clearly. Aspen had wondered about that kiss, if that had meant she and Charlotte were friends. Best friends. But at last Charlotte never brought it up the kiss again. In fact, she went right back to bullying worries sooner or after. One day, Charlotte had pushed Aspen over during class. During practice, Aspen's tights had laddered, and when Penny saw them, she got expelled. She almost exploded. Aspen tried to keep the identity of attacker a secret, but Penny had managed to control the information out of her. Weird word, control. Armed with the knowledge that Charlotte was up to all tricks, Penny launched a crusade against Charlotte's father. The two had interacted politely at first, but when Charlotte's father refused to pay for a new pair of tights, or even apologize for her daughter's misconduct. Are you sure your Aspen didn't trip over her own foot? We all know she's not the most coordinated of dancers. When he had started shouting. The parents had exchanged insults for a good 5 minutes in the car park of the ballet studio, while the other mothers and fathers were little ballerinas stood around, gulping. The dispute had only been broken up after Miss came between her, with her voice guarded, dramatic eyebrows. She drew them on with her makeup pencil. Raised so far up her forehead, they looked like they were trying to escape. Penny and Charlotte's father backed down when Penny's grudge didn't fade. But Penny's grudge didn't fade. After that unpleasant evening, she asked, nay, ordered Aspen to keep away from her. And then, about a month later, Charlotte stopped attending ballet lessons altogether. Penny viewed it as a victory. She thought she'd managed to drive Charlotte and her father away for good. For good with the power of dirty looks and bad remarks. Aspen wasn't so sure. In any case, Penny's victory had been short-lived because it was soon after that the debacle with Charlotte and Pippa had stuffed her own daughter. Because it was soon after the debacle with Charlotte that people had stuffed her own daughter into their washing machine. Charlotte might have been a bully, but she'd never done anything that cruel. After all, there wasn't any washing machines in Miss ballet studio. Yes. Asta didn't think she was a bad person, but she wasn't entirely sure. She hadn't seen Charlotte in years. Aspen frowned. Why was she thinking about that now? Maybe it was because Charlotte, Pippa, and now Althea all had one thing in common. They were all far more self-assured and confident than Aspen herself was, and they used that to their advantage. Ever since Aspen could remember, she'd been pushed around by others. She was teased and harassed on a constant basis, even by people who were supposed to be her friends. Charlotte and Pippa had both turned their backs on her. But what about Althea? If the past was something to go by, it seemed she, too, would eventually abandon Aspen when she grew tired of her. But Aspen didn't want to believe that of her new friend. She was overthinking things and getting confused because Althea herself was so very confusing. She was, but that only made Aspen more interested in the other girl. She wanted to see her again. She really had to. And so it was for the third night in a row that Aspen found herself exiting the home and trekking through Miss Lay's overgrown back garden. She hoped Miss Lay would forgive her for her transgressions. Examining a dead woman's home didn't seem like a very respectable pastime. Hello, random bot following me on Twitter. You're definitely a bot. Yep, that's a bot indeed. We love random art bots. Who is a freelance artist, live 2D, viewer chat, Reroid May. Here to contact for the best streaming YouTube, anime, furry, and manga art. And there's generic images. Wow. Block. Wow. As Althea had rightfully pointed out, she was beyond minding. At least Aspen wasn't trying to nick her stuff to turn over a quick profit. Quarter profit. There wasn't much stuff left to nick, other than the rusty old knife and all those books. Drinking my spit, love that. Besides, Aspen told herself, and she let herself into the kitchen window. Maybe Miss Lay would be happy she was intruding. Aspen had never gone to Miss Lay's house willingly before. She'd only done so out of a grim sense of obligation. She suffered through their Sunday tea parties, with a frozen grimace, trying her best to look like she was enjoying herself. Unfortunately, Aspen had never been a very good actress. She'd been even worse at smiling on demand. So that had been infuriating. Miss to no end. Pure boy is your ska. Miss Lay had pretended not to notice, but as poor as her eyesight was, she must have realized how hollow Aspen's half smiles were. It would have been obvious. He would be a blind man. But Aspen hadn't wanted to be there. Now for the first time in her life, Aspen was visiting Miss Lay's home 3 nights in a row, no less, because she legitimately wanted to. Well, technically the first time you came here wasn't because you wanted to. So technically in 2 days in a row you came because you legitimately wanted to. It was funny how Miss Lay's home had only become an intriguing location after its owner is dead. Funny. Maybe a little sad. All of a sudden, Aspen felt a strong wave of sympathy for the departed Miss Lay. It was a shame this surge of sympathy feeling was far too late. It wasn't possible to change the past. Or is it? Althea? Althea? Aspen called out the other girl's name softly as she glanced about the kitchen. The room was illuminated though dimly, by the moonlight that creeped through the window behind her. She could see the old fridge and the kitchen counters and the glass rings on the cooker glinting, all strange and familiar at the night. The old beaten-up washing machine sat square and squat in the corner, pushed up against the wall. Unlike yesterday, the washing machine was deserted. Althea wasn't there. Althea? Aspen continued to glance around as though Althea might have been hiding somewhere, waiting to leap out at her. Aspen wouldn't have put it past her. Althea could have been in a cupboard against the fridge, or snickering softly in the hallway as she prepared to plunge lion-like. But no matter how she searched, Aspen couldn't find anybody. She couldn't hear anybody either. Maybe Althea really wasn't there after all. Althea had said she came to Miss Lay's house on most nights, but most did not mean every. Aspen knew little about Althea, but she gathered she didn't seem to get on with her parents. Neither could she imagine her parents letting her skulk about a dead woman's home at night. Had they caught on to her shenanigans? Maybe they've guided her. Could Althea be sitting in her room, like a captive princess, staring at the ceiling and despairing as she would never see Aspen again? But how could anybody ever hope to summon a girl like Althea? She seemed like the sort to defy any kind of authority. If her parents had locked her in a room, she would simply slip like smoke through a gap in the door. Althea knew logically that this was impossible. But when it came to Althea, nothing seemed impossible. The blonde, skinny girl had transformed into not another Scarborough school student, but into a being of almost mystic properties, proportions inside Aspen's mind. She must have been thinking about her so much. Too much. I'm being silly. Aspen shook her head, tried to rid herself of these fanciful thoughts. I need to go do a quick bio break. Be right back. I'm back. I have returned. Aspen shook her head. She tried to rid herself of these fanciful thoughts. She wasn't a child, and she was too old to believe in fairy stories. If she's not here, I should go home. I said mum this out loud, more to herself for her own benefit than anything else. Without Althea's presence at Miss Lee's house felt colder and deader than ever before. It wasn't a place of mystery and an intrigue Aspen had envisioned. It was just an old house. The windows boarded up, the electricity turned off, the rooms ransacked. Aspen shivered. It seemed colder inside somehow than it was out. It was so still, too. So silent. So... Oh! Aspen jumped, her eyes unnaturally large. She just heard a noise. It was a low creak, like a footstep depressing a wooden board. It had come from directly above her head. She wasn't alone. There was somebody else in the house with her. Aspen shivered once more. There was always a chance that the other person in the house was Althea, but what if it wasn't? What if one of the squatters had returned, tempted by the yawning kitchen window? It could have been a wild, frenzied homeless person. Or perhaps a thief, come back to pick this house's corpse clean. Aspen wasn't sure if she wanted to find out. In fact, she knew she didn't want to find out. But she didn't want to be a coward, either. She didn't want to live her life in constant state of fear. Whether it was brought about by a needle, or people's bullying, or the unknown. She had to see who was upstairs, even if it killed her. If it was a thief, it really might kill her, though thought Aspen wildly, and then Miss Lay's home would be dyed with the blood of yet another body. Not that Miss Lay had bled when she had died, of course. Come on, Aspen, you can do this. Though Aspen's brain told her to go back to her own home, lock her front door, and hide beneath the bed covers, her body disobeyed. Instead, she opened the kitchen door. It creaked more loudly than she would have liked, and crept into the hallway. The hall was pitch black, and Aspen didn't have a light on to guide her. Unlike Althea, she hadn't been forward-thinking enough to bring her a torch, and her phone was still so broken it refused to turn on. Aspen thought about turning back. She thought about turning back this whole time, but still her feet continued onward. She knew the general layout of Miss Lay's house after all the time she spent here. With her fingers pressed against the walls, Aspen navigated through the hallway. Sidestepped a small wooden table with fake flowers and the old phone had once sat, and made her way to the foot of the stairs. Miss Lay's stairs were very steep. The house had been built in the 1950s or so, before planners and designers would quite so much about disabled access. Aspen always wondered how Miss Lay, with her shuffling gait and her swollen legs, had managed to get up and down these stairs every single day. It must have been sheer willpower. Maybe some small part of Margaret still survived, despite the arthritis and the poor eyesight which racked her body. Aspen was familiar with every room on the ground floor in Miss Lay's home, but she'd never been upstairs before. It was a new adventure for the young girl, an uncharted exploration into the world of darkness. It was unnerving, but she'd come too far to turn back. The creaking from upstairs hadn't stopped. It didn't sound like footsteps, rather it seemed more like jumping? Aspen wasn't quite sure, but she was sure there was somebody or something else inside the house with her. If this was a horror movie, Aspen knew an incredulous audience would be shouting to her to turn back. But this wasn't a horror movie, and Aspen didn't believe in ghosts. She's not worried about being mugged. Still, Aspen's fingers probed the darkness, reaching for the whole wooden banister. It was cold. The fingers crawled around the banister tightly, as a sinking man might grip a lifeboat, and took one trembling step forward. She descended the steps in almost total darkness. Darkness so thick it seemed to be pressing in around her. She felt short of breath, dizzy. When Aspen finally reached the top of the stairs, she felt weak and out of breath. Her legs were trembling and her heart throbbed with adrenaline. Still, the creaking didn't cease. In fact, it was even louder now. Where was it coming from? Aspen knew she had to find out. The young girl groped around in the darkness. Taking a wide breath from the foot of the stairs, she bumped into something that was resting on the landing at about waist level in Winston Payne. Maybe it was a wooden stand, like the one downstairs. Fortunately, if it too had once displayed a vase of false flowers, that had long since been stolen. Trying to calm her heavy breathing, Aspen hesitantly began to cross the corridor. She followed the creaking, floating noise, which grew more intense with every passing second. It sounded like it was coming from this direction, or maybe that one. She didn't know, but she would soon find out. She continued onward, straining her eyes, unable to see. The windows had been boarded up so quickly they refused to let in even the smallest sliver of light. Aspen's heartbeat filled her head. She could no longer tell the difference between the mysterious faraway creaking, which was not so far away now, and the sound of her own footsteps. When she swallowed, she could taste mildew and mold in the back of her throat. It almost felt like the house was falling down around her. The texture of the old, flaking wallpaper beneath Aspen's fingertips finally changed. Her fingers brushed against a protrusion. The frame of a door, maybe? and then a calm strip of metal. The door handle. From beyond the door, Aspen could hear the strange creaking noise. The person causing the disturbance, if indeed it was being caused by a person, must have been inside. All that separated them was a slab of wood. As he stood there for a few moments, frozen, the little china ballerina that Ms. Lay had given her for her 13th birthday, she expected with every passing second that the door would be thrown open and she'd come face to face with whomever lurked beyond it. A squatter? A burglar? Or maybe a monster? Don't be ridiculous. Monsters don't exist. If only people and Lahi were here, Aspen thought briefly, they'd think she was being such a fool. But she'd have an argument with Pippa, and Lahi wasn't talking to her. And she was in this house, all alone, and she really did get stabbed by a robber. Nobody would know where she was, and nobody would be able to help her. This is such a bad idea. But Aspen's fingers tightened around the door handle, all the same, wetting the brass with her sweaty palms. Pushed the handle, pushed the door inward, and... Ah! The young girl stood there, turned in the doorway, and instead. The room beyond was a relief from the darkness that filled the hallway. It was illuminated, albeit dimly, by several candles, which were arranged in a neat circle, like a fire ring on the floor. These candles, all thick and fat and slowly dripping wax, they didn't quite manage to light up the darkest corners of the room, where the shadows still lurk. But they picked out enough detail with her yellow halos. It was Miss Lay's bedroom. Or, at the very least, it had been. There was a bed in the corner, which had been stripped of linen and sheets, leaving behind only the mattress perched on a rough iron skeleton. There was a bedside table, made of a similar wood to the table in the hallway, but it was bare. The floor was made of wood too, the boards scuffed and marked with dirt. Perhaps there had been a rug on the floor at some point, but it was no longer there. There was no pictures on the walls, no trace figures on the shelves. The room was depressingly empty, save for one key feature. There, standing in the middle of the candlelit circle, balanced on one foot with her fingers aloft, was Althea. Ready. It had been years since Aspen had last stepped foot in a ballet studio. But she recognized that pose. Althea was standing in Pesce, though her arabesque legs, that's not how you pronounce that word, definitely, wasn't pointed at the perfect 180-degree angle. Neither was Althea standing on point. That was probably a blessing. Althea was still wearing the same flat black shoes she had worn during the previous 2 days. The shoes might have resembled a ballet slipper, but Althea doubted the tips were sturdy enough to support Althea's whole body. Even though despite her imperfect pose, Althea looked beautiful. Her arms were raised, with her fingers tipped with perfect dainty nails were extended outward, out so delicately. Her expression was yearning. Her blue eyes looked misty and far away, like one trying to catch one last glimpse of her beloved before they were swallowed by a crowd. Her hair tumbled around her shoulders, each individual strand flickering in the candlelight. Shadows pooled beneath her eyes, which looked larger than ever before. Her eyelashes fluttered, and her lower lip trembled, perhaps with the effort of sustaining such a pose for so long. She wore the same white dress she had worn previously. Its hem fluttered around her legs, perilously close to the candles, and Aspen was struck with a horrifying vision of Althea going up in flames. That used to happen in the ballerinas back in the old days. Miss would say, the Russian ballet mistress, with her sweeping eyeliner and drastic eyebrows, had told her troupe of girls all kinds of frightening stories. The girls' the girls' costumes, those dancers wore in the 19th century were dangerously flammable, Miss had said, casting a sweeping glance amongst the girls. And the stages were lit with gas lights, danced too close and whoosh, up in smokes. And she had thrown her arms and up in demonstration, with a zeal Aspen had found mildly disturbing. You girls don't burn to death like poor Emma Livery. But do be careful. Make sure your shoes are tied securely on your feet. And I don't want any of you falling off the stage. Your parents would murder me. Miss had always wanted sounded a little too enthused when she talked about murder. Aspen couldn't share her enthusiasm, but she couldn't shake the ghostly image of Althea alight, flicking behind her eyelids like fireflies. Aspen continued to stare, and would turn her head away. Althea's gaze was concentrated upon her own reflection, which stared back at her, and the broken mirror set on to Miss Lay's vantage table. 15 Altheas looked back at her, her arms outstretched, her eyes wistful, yearning, longing. The candles continued to flicker. The white dress, broken glass, the candlelight looked like stills from a movie. Hitchcock, maybe. If there was a broken mirror, it had to be a psychological drama. Or else. Horror. Then, with a small sigh, Althea placed her foot back on the ground, and the illusion was broken. Althea was no longer a beautiful ballet dancer, pushing herself to the limit, more threatened by the flames that flickered around her. Instead, she was a normal girl, slightly more mischievous than most, who liked to make people squirm. She seemed to like making Aspen squirm most of all. Maybe that was why she smiled so wildly when she faced Aspen, whose cheeks were pale with residual anxiety, and dropped a neat curtsy. Aspen, I didn't think I'd see you there. I didn't think I'd see you here. I think that should be my line. Oh? What's wrong? Althea raised an eyebrow. You don't look very happy today. I'm not happy. I was worried. I mean, why weren't you waiting in the kitchen for me? I was waiting for you. But I got bored. I thought you might appreciate my company more if you had to go looking for me. Well, I didn't appreciate it. I could hardly see in the dark, and I had no idea where you were, and if you were even here. I was so scared. Couldn't you hear me practicing? I could, but I thought you might have been a squatter. A squatter practicing ballet? Now that'd be something amusing. Althea laughed as though the whole situation really was quite something. Aspen didn't laugh along with her. Instead, she pouted, her arms crossed, and scuffed the naked wood floorboards with the tip of her trainer. I really was scared, you know. I thought about going back home. But you didn't? But you didn't? No, I guess I didn't. I knew it. What do you mean? I knew you wouldn't turn back around and leave without seeing me. You're obsessed with me, after all. Althea said it casually in a matter-of-fact way, but Aspen could feel her face heating up in the insinuation. I'm not obsessed. You've come back to see me twice now, though this isn't the nicest of meeting places. I'd say that'd be pretty obsessive, wouldn't you? Althea's eyes seemed to shine in the candlelight. The orange and yellow glow of the candles flickered around inside her irises. Her gaze smoldered. Were you... Aspen paused. She inhaled. All of a sudden, the room felt far too hot. Were you... messing with me? Maybe. I thought it would be fun to make you squirm. But why? I wanted to see if you liked me enough to come looking for me. I guess I figured you would. I'm glad I was right. But what you say, you must like me a little. Althea linked her white arms behind her back and peered up at Aspen. Or maybe a lot? I don't care about you that much. Sure. Let's go with that. But you're a terrible liar, you know. Aspen opened her mouth to object, but Althea wasn't listening. She was stretching again, one arm over her head, the other on her side, her right leg extended. Aspen knew this pose too. It was another ballet position, the fourth. It was one of the basics Aspen had learned during her first few ballet lessons, but she'd never been able to do it quite right. It always seemed too short and stubby, and she couldn't curve her arms elegantly enough. Not like Althea. The other girl stood like a real dancer, a prima ballerina, on stage. Why are you dancing in a circle of candles? Why not? It's atmospheric, isn't it? It looks like a ritual. Like you're going to summon a demon. And you're doing it in the dark. It just... Are you performing a ritual in the night? A demon? Althea shifted it into the fifth position, both arms held over her head, and her fingers curved inwards. That might be fun. For a few moments, Althea looked so strangely commanding, surrounded by the flickering candlelights with her arms aloft, that Aspen started to wonder. Althea couldn't really summon a demon, could she? If she could, there'd be no better place to hold a ceremony. It was a dark night, though not a stormy one, and they were in a dead woman's house that creaked and moaned inside. A portal to hell wouldn't look so very out of place in this dingy, dusty room, where Miss Lay had once slept and brushed her hair and applied her makeup. Aspen swallowed and shook her head. She was being silly again. You're good at ballet. I know. I've been practicing. Do you go to lessons? No. I just like to keep myself occupied. Of course, Althea hadn't been to a lesson. She was just naturally talented, unlike Aspen. She made it all look so easy. It wasn't fair. I used to go to a ballet class when I was younger. Quit? When I started secondary school. Why? I couldn't keep up with the others. I was stiff and awkward, and everybody used to tease me. It was embarrassing, and I knew I was wasting my time. I'd never be a ballerina, so there was no point trying. I see. So, do you sing in the shower because you want to join the opera? I don't sing in the shower. I meant hypothetically. Althea lowered her arms, brought them down to her side, smoothing down the fabric of her white dress. Who cares if you're not going to be a ballerina? I wouldn't be either. I won't be either. I'm just enjoying myself. You have more of a chance of being a ballerina than I do. No, I don't. Althea answered so quickly with a tinge of bitterness in her voice that Aspen was momentarily taken aback. Why did she sound so sure about her response? It was hard to be a ballerina, yes, of course, it required years upon years of practice. Miss Priobrskaya had always harped about the rigorous training she undergo as a young girl. Not that Aspen had been able to vision as a young girl. Miss Priobrskaya said she used to dance until her shoes fell apart and her toes bled, like the enchanted queen in the old Snow White stories. She never sounded upset when she relayed these tales, however. Instead, she spoke of her training with fierce pride, as though that could be no worthier cause of self-mutilation. Miss Priobrskaya, ballet was more sacred than any religion. She devoted herself to it, and was prepared to die for it. Aspen didn't have that kind of resolve, not just about the ballet, but about anything. What about Althea? Hey. Aspen exhaled sharply and took a step back. All of a sudden, Althea was in front of her. Close, but maybe too close. The other girl examined Aspen curiously, her arms folded behind her back, peering up over at her face. You were looking kind of spacey. I was just thinking. About what? Past. Ballet? I see. Althea drew back. She frowned, one hand beneath her chin. Do you miss it? What? Ballet, obviously. Not really. Like I said, I wasn't any good at it. Aspen had always been slight for her age. But when it came to slipping on a ballet tutu, she felt like an elephant. What if you had been good at it? If I'd been good at it, I wouldn't have quit. Ah. Althea nodded her head like a doctor in the middle of making a diagnostic. Aspen wondered whether it would be good news, good news, though in her case it was rarely good news. You didn't want to quit. I just didn't want to make a fool of myself. Well, there are only two of us here now. I won't laugh at you. You laugh at me all the time, and you call me stupid. Well, I'll try to hold it in. The insults too. I like dancing, and I don't get a chance to do it much. Why don't you dance with me? Althea held out her hand, her palm turned upwards. The pale skin of her palm looked faintly yellow when backlit by the candlelight. Aspen looked at Althea curiously. Was it true that she didn't have any fingerprints? Aspen was almost 90% sure that was a silly joke, but now I was beginning to wonder. I don't know if you'd want me to dance with you. I'm not very good. It's fine. I'm very good. I can take care of you. But I'll spread your toes. I'll move them out of the way in time. I'll knock over a candle. Oh, Aspen. Aspen gasped as Althea suddenly seized her hands. Though Althea was slight and fairy-like, she had a surprising amount of strength. Her grip was tight, almost painful, and Aspen winced. Stop making up excuses. Live a little. I thought you were trying to be braver. I am trying, but I'm not a very brave person. You managed to stand up for yourself against those so-called friends of yours. You came back to this house to meet me. In the dead of night, no less. And you even climbed those steep stairs in the dark. Try to find me. They didn't know I'd be here. I think that's plenty brave. Why stop now? But Althea placed a fingertip against Aspen's lips. The gesture was soft, strangely intimate. It made Aspen shiver. Suddenly, Aspen was glad she didn't wear lipstick. The thought of staining Althea's finger bright pink or pillar box red was somehow even more embarrassing than her early ballet lessons. Just follow my lead. I won't rush you. I'll keep you safe. But it's been years since I did ballet. We won't do ballet. There are too many rules. It's kind of stifling. Like you're dancing inside a cage. Then, slow dancing. That's easy. You just need to hold on to me. But Aspen didn't have a chance to retort. Althea was pulling her forward into the circle of flickering candlelight. It almost seemed to be waiting for her. Just stay close to me. With this half-whisper command, Althea pressed Aspen's body against her own and began to dance. Gay. Ayo, wait, where are those eyes? Where are those eyes? Ayo. Shoulders. Hand holding. Ayo, ayo. Look at those hand positionings. Yeah, that's pretty gay. Bare shoulders. Pop. He knows what's up. Look at that hand. Look at her go. It was a very simple dance, not at all like Ms. Ballet. The two dancers were hemmed in by the circle of the candles that surrounded them. Althea wouldn't walk for more than 3 steps in any direction. That didn't stop her. Her movements were fluid, like water, and almost mystical. The hem of her dress... I can't read. The hem of her dress glittered close to the candlelight. Too close. She was flirting with danger, even with her slow, relaxed steps. But Althea didn't seem to care. In fact, she relished it. Aspen opened her mouth, ready to tell her to stop, to turn, to twist again, but Althea was one step ahead of her. She danced out of the way of the naked, flickering flame just in time. Aspen stared at Althea, her eyelashes fluttering, and slowly relaxed into the dance. In time, Aspen let the other girl guide her across the wooden floor, offering no further thoughts of candlelight. Even if Althea's dress caught alight, the two of them went out in flames. And the two of them went out in flames, she wouldn't tear herself away. When Aspen had danced before, it always felt big and lumbering and clumsy. She hated the way her body looked in her skin-tight leotard. She had hated herself for being so far behind in the girls. She especially hated the mirrors that lined the walls in Miss studio because they didn't let her pretend she was better than she was. Those mirrors had shown her every single one of the imperfection in stark detail. It made the young girl feel worse about herself than ever before. When she was with Althea, though, she didn't want to look at herself. Aspen was content to look at her partner instead. She really is pretty. Thank you. I do my best. Oh. It wasn't until Aspen responded, Althea responded, that Aspen realized that she must have spoken aloud. Her face turned red, and Althea laughed, her fingers flittering down Aspen's back, the rest in the hollow where her spine ended. You're very sweet, Aspen. Sweet? Mm-hmm. I could just eat you up. And maybe Aspen thought dreamily. Her thoughts... And maybe, Aspen thought dreamily, her thoughts slow and sluggish. She let her. I'm... very happy at you. You are? That's right. You're fun to play with, and you're very fun to tease. I'm not a novelty item, you know. I know. You're delicate. That's why I'm taking such good care of you. You threatened to stab me yesterday. I say a lot of things I don't mean. Did you mean it when you said you were happy you met me? That should go without saying, silly. And when you said it was pretty? You're not just pretty. You're adorable. You're wrong, you know. Oh, really? Althea pressed Aspen even closer to her. With if such a thing was possible, she placed her fingers beneath her chin. She tipped Aspen's head upwards. Aspen was shorter than Althea, despite Althea's flat black shoes, and peered into her eyes. I think I'll be the judge of that. Aspen stared into Althea's face. Her mind reeling, she found herself thinking of something. Or to be precise, remembering. Althea really did look familiar. You remind me of somebody I know. But this apparently was the wrong thing to say. Though Althea's fingers remained on the small of Aspen's back, her eyes narrowed, and lips drew into a straight line. Oh, I do I? That's right. Is that a problem? It isn't a problem, per se, but I hear that a lot. People always say I remind them of something or somebody else. Really? Aspen tilted her head, confused. Althea was so fiercely individualistic it seemed strange she was likened to others on a regular basis. For me, that was why she acted that way. Maybe she was trying to distance herself from all those other girls who supposedly looked and acted like her. Once I liked people to say that I remind them of me. I'm sorry. Come on, Olivia. Thank you, Olivia. This is for you. Don't be sorry. It wasn't your fault, dummy. But I upset you. I'm not upset, just annoyed. That isn't very much better. Aspen looked down at her feet, which were still moving in step, somehow, with Althea's. If it makes you feel better, I think you're a very good dancer. You already said that. I know, but, I wish I was as you. You're not just at dancing either. I mean, I wish I could be as confident as you are, and as fierce and as bold. I'm so quiet, people always tease me. And I never say anything back. I can't, I don't know what to say. But I bet you would. Oh. I always have things to say. Whether or not they're the right thing, I don't know. I don't know what I want, or what I'm doing half the time. You always look so confident. Yeah. It looks like it. But it's an act. Sometimes I don't even know who I really am. I don't know which bits of me are real and which bits aren't. Maybe none of it was real. You feel real to me. And we're both dreaming. We're sharing a dream together. How can you share a dream? I don't know. I'm dreaming of you and you're dreaming of me. Maybe we dreamed of each other. Maybe everything in this world is a dream. Aspen was still less than convinced that Althea's missing fingerprints, but it didn't seem so very far-fetched that this might be a hallucination. Ah! It must have been the candles. The little light of candles had a strange mystic quality to them, and they made everything seem as vague and ephemeral as a hot August daydream. It wasn't hot inside Miss Lay's old house. Save for the flames, it was much too cold. It was a dull and dreary sort of night outside. Beyond the boarded up windows, Aspen could hear the wind. A tree branch knocked against the plywood, as though asking to be let in. Dimly, above the sound of her heart and the creaking floorboards, Aspen could hear a faint, regular pitter-patter. It sounded like rain. Was it raining? Aspen didn't know. Neither did she care. She was sealed inside Miss Lay's bedroom. With Althea, the two of them danced amongst the candlelight. The outside world was sealed away by the sheet of plywood. Why would Aspen care about anything else? The world could fall apart around her, and she wouldn't even know. She was lost in her own dream world that smelt of sawdust. But no dream lasts forever. The next evening, Aspen decided she was going to buy ice cream. It was already 8 o'clock in the evening when Aspen made this decision. At least according to the digital clock on her shelf. It was already getting dark outside. It wasn't pitch black, just yet. The sun was starting to begin to sink beyond the horizon, turning the sky shades of deep pink and red. Most of the stores were already closed, but the corner shop, a few streets away, would still be open. Aspen didn't like going to the corner shop very much. It was too small and cramped. She always felt like she was being watched by Mr. Chaudhary. Mr. Chaudhary, behind the counter, his thick framed glasses and his eagle eyes. Aspen had been going to that corner store for years now. And Mr. Chaudhary was always the one behind the counter. In his corner shop were concrete and immovable, like the giant white cliffs of Dover. You would have thought, after popping into the store for cartons of milk or eggs, since she was 7 years old, Mr. Chaudhary would have learned Aspen wasn't a thief. But apparently not. He wasn't the friendliest man. Aspen didn't think he'd even spoken to her. Though she wasn't sure if this was a blessing or a curse. Aspen didn't particularly want to see Mr. Chaudhary. But she had already decided she was going to buy ice cream. Though September was closing in and the weather was getting cooler, it was still technically the summertime. It wasn't so strange to eat ice cream at the tail end of August, Aspen told herself. It wasn't hot, but neither was it cold. It was, in the words of Goldilocks, just right. As for why Aspen had decided, while the sun was setting beyond her bedroom windows, to pop into the corner store, it was because of Althea. Aspen could still remember Althea's expression from yesterday, during the dance. People always say I remind them of somebody else. Once I'd like people to say I remind them of me. Althea's expression had been a curious mix of wistful and indignant. Her brow had been furrowed, her eyes narrowed, while her irises sparkled with flames like twin lamps. Aspen could tell she'd been annoyed. Althea had shaken her irritation away by a few seconds later, but Aspen was still anxious. What if Althea was still mad at her? Aspen could live with Pippa's scorn and Lachi's solitary resentment, but she didn't want Althea to turn against her too. Then she really would have nobody. So Aspen decided to buy ice cream. She thought if she could buy ice cream and share it with Althea, maybe Althea would realize she hadn't meant to upset her. She didn't meant to insult her. She was just clumsy with her words. Aspen really spoke, but when she did, she always said things she didn't mean. Well, the things she did mean, they shut inside her. Shut up inside her skull. There was one small flaw in her plan, however. Aspen wasn't sure what ice cream, if any, as Althea liked. And in fact, ice cream itself seemed childish, something served with a cake or jelly at a child's birthday party. What if Althea laughed at her? Maybe she should try and buy something fancier than perhaps those Lindor chocolates in their bright red wrappers? But no, that's been bit her lower lip. She should stop doubting herself. Who didn't like ice cream? A carton of Neapolitan ice cream with 3 stripes of strawberry, chocolate, and vanilla. Then Althea would pick out her favorite flavor. There had to be one kind she liked. It was foolproof. What could go wrong with Neapolitan? What could go wrong with Neapolitan from Ruby? What could go wrong with Neo? Am I right, Possum? What could go wrong with Neo? One sound effect. Yeah, that's surely not wouldn't happen. Aspen had just finished brushing her hair. She set down her hairbrush, and picked up her purse, counting her change when... Oh. She could hear the phone ringing. Maybe it was her parents. She'd spoken to her mother just a few hours earlier, but Aspen wouldn't have put it past her. Penny was every bit the warrior her daughter was. Aspen picked up her purse, stuffing it in a trouser pocket. Just pockets! Then went downstairs. I'm coming! Aspen took the stairs 2 at a time. A dangerous position, given her short legs. And landed at the foot of the stairs. The cotton socks offered no friction, and she skidded against the wooden floor. Made her way out over to the phone, which was still ringing, and picked it up. Hello? Hello? Aspen, is this you? As soon as she heard the voice, Aspen knew it wasn't her mother. Instead it was... Lahi? That's right. Aspen wasn't sure how she felt about this. Part of her was relieved it wasn't her mother, because she never knew what to say to her. But another, bigger, part of her was vaguely anxious. What did Lahi? Lahi wanted... What with her? She wasn't good at... She wasn't going to scold her for acting like a little kid in her own sleepover, was she? Please, Aspen? Please, Aspen silently entreated a god she did not believe in. Anything but that. Aspen, are you still there? Oh yes, I'm still here. Sorry. I just drifted off. You've always been so dozy. But though Aspen didn't see Lahi's face, she knew the other girl was smiling. I tried calling your mobile, but it didn't go through. Is it broken that badly? Quite badly. Want to turn it on? Want to turn on? Not at all. Try putting it in the fridge overnight in a bag. I thought that was for when you dropped it in the water. Oh, you might be right about that. I don't know much about fixing broken phones. I've never broken any of mine. I bet you haven't. They seem to change phones every few months. Always the latest model. As never asked because she knew it would be rude, but he, or to be more precise, her parents, probably spent a little fortune on electronics. Only had enough. I'd never broken her phone, not only because her phones were worth more than Aspen's old brick, but because she never had the chance. You should really get your phone fixed, you know? I know. You wouldn't be able to cope without mine. How can you stand it? I don't have many people to message. Aspen shifted from foot to foot, house phone heavy in her hand. Why had Lucky called? Where there must have been a reason. Look, there was a deep inhalation of the air on the other end of the line. I know it's been a few days, but I want to apologize for what happened at your sleepover, I mean. You really mean that? I wouldn't say it if I didn't mean it. Oh, Aspen frowned. Never imagined that Lucky, of all people, would call to apologize. Lucky didn't really do parties. She always acted like she was above them. At least that was how Aspen viewed Lucky. Maybe she got her wrong. Aspen didn't know Lucky for a long time, as she'd known Pippa. She and Pippa had been friends since primary school, from the tender age of 5. Aspen hadn't met Lucky, however, until the end of 3rd year of secondary school, when the two girls had been set together in English class. Aspen had been a little afraid of Lucky at first, that he always looked so bored and disinterested. The class, with her books, in particular with her. Aspen tried to keep a distance, sit as far away from the as she could, while maintaining a British veneer of politeness. She hadn't said a word to her. And then one day Aspen had forgotten to bring a pencil case to school. Asked Leahy if she could borrow a pen, and the one thing she had led to another, and the two started talking. I think it wasn't quite as frightening as Aspen had first feared. It was more slightly intimidating. At least Lucky had a good sense of humour. Her sessions were cutting. Our observations were cutting, and her impressions of Mr. Garland, the helpless English teacher, had made Aspen giggle and guilty amusement. So, Aspen and Lucky and Pippa were friends. But Aspen had always felt a distance between her and Lucky. There was an invisible wall between them. No amount of sleepovers or trips to the movies had managed to bridge it. It felt like Lucky was holding Aspen at an arm's length. But maybe it was the other way around. Maybe in actuality, it had been Aspen who had been pushing Lucky away. Just playing along with Pippa's silly games, I thought it might be interesting, making you go inside that house, I wanted to see what it was like. I didn't stop to think about your feelings. I guess I was being selfish. Another sigh. I could have known it would make you feel uncomfortable. And that's where you found... His voice dropped to a whisper. That's a woman. Oh, Aspen's fingers gripped the phone tightly. That was a long time ago. It was only 6 months ago. I know something like that would upset me, even if you had nerves of steel, which I find somewhat hard to believe. You get upset about things too? Well, obviously, don't we all? Aspen wasn't sure. She didn't feel that he should be so she would feel sad, but he always ignored the people who made fun of her teeth and her name and her mother's accent. But maybe it was like Althea had said last night. Just an act. I should have stepped in and told Pippa to knock it off. She was being insensitive. Pippa's like that. Yes, I know. She can be fun to be with from time to time, but she takes things too far. You had every right to be mad at her. I don't know. I hope she doesn't hate me now. She went so strange and quiet. I think I might have hurt her feelings. If you did hurt her feelings, that's because she knew you had a point and was ashamed. You saw how her face turned red. Pippa's face is always red. True. But I'm sure Pippa doesn't hate you. You're a friend, she'll get over it. I don't know about that. Pippa's good at holding grudges. She kept flicking those soldier balls at Colin and Tech. He was always making fun of her hair. You didn't talk about her hair. You talked about her attitude. You didn't really talk. You shouted. Hasn't felt her stomach sink. Did I really shout? That's right. It was quite impressive. I didn't know you had it in you. Neither did I. It was all thanks to Althea that Aspen had been able to say what was on her mind. If she had met Althea, she wouldn't have stood up to her. The old Aspen would have lain on the floor if Pippa asked if she could walk all over her. Maybe the new Aspen was different. I know it's hard for you to speak your mind sometimes. It's hard for you to speak at all. It took you weeks before you talked to me in English. Because you always look so cool. I'm not really bad at saying what I think sometimes too. I wanted to be your friend, but I wasn't sure what to say. Really? I've always thought you were a nice girl. He paused. Aspen couldn't see her, but she knew that he must be tapping her nails against the desk, which he so often did. Anyway, I don't blame you for what happened. I know I went quiet back then, but it wasn't because I was angry too. It was just so awkward. I made it awkward. I know, because the anime ended today. The Sunshine in the Mirror. The Yohane spin-off anime ended today. I'm not caught up yet. I'm like really behind on the anime. I need to get back. I need to catch up. But it ended. I'm sad. But good news. I pre-ordered a Yohane plushie, so it should be here when it comes out. I don't know when, but it will eventually come out. I have a Yohane plushie. Big excitement soon. TM. No, if it did, she's the one at fault. But I'm sure she'll talk to you again. You just need to give her some time. I hope so. Oops. Starting college will be kind of tough if she doesn't want to acknowledge my existence. What if we're in the same class? Then you'll have more of a chance to make up with her. Don't worry, I'll be there with you. I'll be with you too. I'll try to help if I can. Do you want me to talk to people on your behalf? You can try, but she's so stubborn like a goat. Just don't tell her you said that. Aspen smiled despite herself. Script. What will it be? I don't know what's in. I think I'll just look at this. Try to figure out when it's gonna be produced and shipped out. I don't know when. Release date is November. Fun, fun, fun. It is cute. The bean. Maybe she had messed things up with Hibbo, but she wasn't quite entirely alone in this world. At least she had Lahi. Yeah, the plushie. Both the plushies released in November. Yeah, the same month as Mimo. I don't know what day though. That's when they release it publicly. So it will take some time before it gets shipped. But I'm excited. Big excited for Yohane. It's a bean. She's friend shaped. She's friend shaped. Give me a second. She's friend shaped. Look at her. She's friend shaped. Yohane is friend shaped. But fuck you. Fuck you. Suck. She had Althea too. Speaking of which, sorry, Lucky, I have to go. You do? Yes, sir. I need to buy something from the store. Is it important? I already have. I there's like four. I was already like four pushed on my bed already. I'm a Rowlet. I have a Your Forger, a person I don't know the name of because I haven't watched Love Live All Stars. I think that's what it's called. No, that's the game. Love Live Nijigasaki. I haven't watched Love Live Nijigasaki High School Squad Club. I don't know who that character's name is. I always see her. I don't know her name. I? Question mark? Is her name I? I think she's I. I'm googling. I'm on Google. I'm on Google. I think it's I. It's I. It's I Miyashita. I Miyashita. Miyashita. Oh yes. The most non-Japanese way of saying a Japanese name. Miyashita. Miyashita. ロースボン。ロースボン。それは何ですか？ロースボン。ブラシ。ああ、そうですか。ああ。はい。ロースリー。I see, it's a bee, it's adorable, it's a bunny. It's a literal, it's a bread bunny. Rosubon. If only we could, if only we could send this to Bonlivia. Sadly, Bonlivia cannot have plushies in the house. Big sad, big sad, big sad. Poor Bonlivia. I would love to give this to Bonlivia, but we cannot. It is impossible. It is an impossibility. It's a sad time. Bonlivia cannot. It's okay. Are you sure? Have you seen it though? It is very Bonlivia. It's very Bonlivia coded. It's hella Bonlivia coded. Are you? It's a sad time indeed. If you are certain, I'll take your word for it. It is a little important. She wanted to buy Althea some ice cream, and what was more important than that? Though Aspen was thankful that Lahi's reassurance, she didn't really want to think about Pippa right now. Pippa with her skin that always seemed a little too pink, and her curly red hair was far too mundane. She was part of Aspen's boring, ordinary life, and the argument had been similarly boring and ordinary. Althea was different. She was special. When Aspen was with Althea, it made her feel special too. And that's called being gay. The plastic carrier bag rustled in Aspen's hand. The bag was filled with a carton of Neapolitan ice cream she'd purchased beneath a watchful gaze of Mr. Chaudhary, and 2 silver spoons that jump scared me for a minute there. That snaffled with her kitchen drawer. Though the bag wasn't heavy, Aspen could still feel the pressure of the plastic straps against her bare right hand. She just hoped Althea liked her present. What if they had raised an eyebrow and laughed at her? Aspen felt her face flush, though the wind wasn't really that cold. Still, she tried to tell herself that she wouldn't turn back now. She wanted to make amends, and this seemed like a best way. As she stood there for a few moments, rooted in the pavement like a tree, instead of Miss Leia's boarded-up house. The sky was dark. There's a random light on in that window upstairs, when the window's not boarded up. Velveteen blue and the large, pale moon hung above the roof. Same shape as Penny. As a Penny. Not Penny, the mom. The stars, partially obscured by the clouds, glittered high up above her head. No more than tiny pinpricks. The bag hanging from Aspen's right hand brushed against her thigh. The plastic rustled, bringing Aspen back to her senses. She wasn't going to make any progress if she stood there, immobile, like a sharp mannequin. She had to move. She wanted to see Althea. Aspen set off along the side of Miss Leia's house. She pushed the creaky wood gate open and walked down the narrow pathway and led to the back garden. Soon she found herself surrounded by a tangle of tall grass and clumps of hunchbacked pear trees. This time Aspen didn't pause to examine the house, neither did she feel afraid. She had been here too many times to be scared now. The eerie house had become more normal to her now. It was funny how quickly one person's perspective could change. Aspen approached the empty kitchen window, fringed with broken glass. The carrier bag bumped against her leg once more, the coolness of the ice cream carton bled through the plastic, the fabric of her trousers. She shivered. It hadn't taken more than 2 steps to the window, fingers reaching for the wooden sill when... Hey, where are you going? I'm down here, silly. Where are you going? I'm down here, silly. Huh? Aspen blinked. She heard a voice that sounded soft and feminine, distinctly teasing. It was, of course, Althea? That's my name. At least it was last time I checked. Today, or tonight rather, Althea wasn't waiting for Aspen in the kitchen. Neither was she in Miss Lay's bedroom, turned by flickering candlelights. Instead, she was lying in the garden. Pretty woman. Pretty woman, am I right? There was an old moth-eaten picnic blanket spread out on the choppy grass. The edge of the blanket had been decorated with tassels, but some of them had been unpicketed, and there started to fray. Aspen wasn't sure where the picnic blanket had come from. Was it one of Althea's, or had she liberated it from some corner of Miss Leigh's home? But the origin of that mysterious blanket wasn't the most important thing right now. It was the girl who laid on top of it. Although Althea was wearing the same white dress she'd worn during their previous encounters, the back of her head was pressed against the blanket, while her hands rested against her stomach. Are you sure? Are you sure? One of her legs was raised, the knee pointing in the air, while the other leg flat against the ground. Are you sure? Yes, the last part is correct. The hands, not so much. She kicked off her black flats, her legs clad in sheer white thigh tights were exposed. Though Aspen looked, she didn't see Althea's shoes. Maybe they'd been swallowed by the wilderness. What would happen if Althea lost them? How would she get home? But Aspen supposed that wasn't such a big deal. Black flats will ten a penny. And anyway, Aspen wasn't entirely sure if Althea had a home to go to. What did she vanish into the ether when Aspen's back was turned? When it came to Althea, it seemed almost possible. The moon illuminated the veins of Althea's face, making her glow. Her eyes were lined with shadows, but her dress was bone white beneath the milky white light. Her skin reminded Aspen of freshly fallen snow. All of a sudden, Aspen was reminded of the book she'd had when she was younger. It was a book about flower fairies, working through A to Z of the alphabet. Each ring had been done in soft watercolors. The light soft shades bleeding through the lines create a blurry effect. Althea looked like one of those fairies. Minus the gossamer wings protruding from her back, which would have made lying down uncomfortable. In other words, she was perfect. What's wrong, silly? Cat got your tongue? No, I was just... Alison ducked her head and bit her lip. I was just surprised, that's all. I didn't expect to find you outside. I like to keep you on your toes. I don't want you getting comfortable, complacent. Come Playthings? Thinking you can pigeonhole me? I can't stand that. So you'd rather confuse me? Yep. I mean, the world is a confusing place. Why should I be any different? I guess you're right about that. But it would be easier though, thought Aspen, if Althea could be a little more gay forward. Why was she always trying to make her guess? So, what are you doing? Is it obvious? If it was, I wouldn't be asking. Okay. If you ought to know, I'm sunbathing. Sunbathing? Aspen brought forward. Sunbathing had been a popular activity amongst the girls in Aspen's school. Tan skin had been a fashion trend for a while. The girls would spend their weekends lying on the Scarborough beach in bikinis trying to catch the sun's rays before it slipped beneath the clouds. When no sun was forthcoming, the girls would go to the local booze and fake tans instead, and buy fake tans instead. Some girls looked nice with their tans, fake or not, fake or otherwise. The pretty girls who knew how to apply makeup and had matched Jane Norman bags. Other girls had looked strange and streaky with dark patches like blemishes standing out starky against their thighs and chests when they got changed to PE. Aspen had never thought about fake tan. She was used to being pale. And the bronzer, healthy. And the bronzer, healthy look was far too bright for her. It would make her look like it what's it? But this, Aspen reflected, wasn't sunbathing. What could it be? The sun isn't out right now. I'm using my imagination. It could do wonders, you know. But it won't give you a tan. Not with that attitude. I don't understand. Alright. Then I'm moonbathing. Happy? Moonbathing? Aspen tried the word out of her tongue, just to see if she liked it. It had a strange, almost mystical quality to it. While sunbathing was an activity enjoyed by many, moonbathing was completely different. Like an instruction pilfered from an old witch's potion book. When you're picking the hemlock from the dark, bathe the moonlight for 3 days to further imbue it with power. Do you go moonbathing often? Quite often. I like it. Isn't it scary in the dark? I'm not scared of anything. Other people should be scared of me. But Althea was smiling. And Aspen knew she was joking. Maybe. It was hard to tell. Do you go moonbathing alone? Well, yeah. Nobody else would be mental enough to lay down with me. I wouldn't mind. What? Are you saying you'll keep me company? If you want me to. Then maybe you're mental too. Mental? I can't think of any reason why you'd want to spend time with me. Looking at the sky isn't exactly interesting, you know? I'm not sure about that. Aspen looked up at the moon. It was round and full and white as milk. Maybe, thought Aspen, if she lay beneath the moon with Althea, she too would be imbued with magical powers. If only for a few minutes. A few minutes was enough. Aspen never once felt like she all the world had resonated. The world she had resided in was particularly fantastical. Not since she was a child, at least. And when she had been a child, she'd been too busy being scared of everything to play make-believe games inside her head. For once, Aspen wanted to feel magical too. I think looking at the sky would be interesting. If I could do it with you. Oh, stop. You're making me blush. Althea rolled her eyes, but Aspen could see she was smiling. That dimple in her right cheek was back, softening her expression. She looked sweet and unassuming. And, I brought snacks. Snacks, For me? For both of us. I thought we could share. Well, aren't you a peach? I didn't think you'd buy me anything. I never asked. I know. I thought I should make up for you for saying some thoughtless things yesterday. I was afraid you were mad at me. If you did something thoughtless, I've already forgotten. Besides, I'd be much more meaty than you. Forgotten? Is that really possible? Althea had looked so upset yesterday, bordering on anger, that Aspen had been sure she touched a nerve. Had all that worrying been for nothing? Well, I still brought snacks. What is it? Ice cream? On a cold night like this? It wasn't that cold. It isn't that cold. It's still August. Right. The end of it. But now that you've mentioned it, I could have wanted ice cream too. Do you like it? Who doesn't like ice cream? Althea gave Aspen a withering look, as though she'd asked the stupidest question in the world, and Aspen laughed softly in relief. So, the gamble had paid off. Althea was right. Who didn't like ice cream? So, can I sit down? Be my guest. Althea sat right upright on the tartan blanket, and Aspen took a seat beside her. She placed the plastic bag on the blanket and opened it, revealing a tub of Neapolitan ice cream and 2 spoons. For you. She handed one of the spoons to Althea, who accepted it with a smile. Thank you, Jeeves. Jeeves? You brought me food. Does that make you my servant? I was hoping you're a friend, actually. You don't need to hope for anything. We're already friends. Right. That's right. Aspen wasn't used to having friends. She hadn't many of them during her life, other than Pippa and Lachi. Her newfound friendship with Althea felt like more than mere friendship, however. It was, though they were linked, a mystical bond, infused with the moonlight, magical properties. Aspen's face flushed pale pink despite the balmy weather, and Althea giggled. I was just teasing. Maybe you really are a peach. What do you mean? You've gone as pink as one? I can't help it. Why not? Do you have something an infection? Is there something I should know about? No, it's just, being with you. Oh, I see. Do I unsettle you? Sometimes but not in a bad way. When I'm with you, I just feel kind of funny. That's all. Like my heart's. But this explanation was sounded rather sappy. Embarrassed, Dustman shook her head. Oh, it's nothing. Forget I said anything. Unfortunately for you, I have a pretty good memory. I remember each and everything you've said, and I'm not going to forget it. Well, that's contradictory. I wish you would. Well, I won't for sure. For there. I won't, so there. Althea stuck out her tongue and sighed at this childish display. But despite that part of her wanted to lean in and closer and capture Althea's tongue with her mouth, Aspen's body tensed, her face, which was already pink, flooded scarlet. Where exactly had that thought come from? Aspen's friends with Althea, and yes, but these weren't thoughts friends Tiffany had about other friends. She certainly never longed for people and Lahid in such a way. In fact, the idea was almost laughable. But Althea was different. Althea was strange and funny and interesting, and every second spent with her felt like a second divorced from the real world and its real problems. Being with her felt like falling down a deep rabbit hole. And maybe that was why Aspen's heart wouldn't stop pounding. A little perturbed by her own thoughts, Aspen turned her attention to the carton of ice cream. Chip. She prized the lid off with her fingers, revealing its contents to the moonlit sky. 3 large strips of chocolate, strawberry, and vanilla, which were already starting to melt. The strawberry was maybe a little too pink? Like a sea of lipstick. And the vanilla was more yellow than white. But Althea didn't seem to care. Clapped her hands together, eyes lighting up. Oh, it looks good. Do you really think so? I just bought it from the corner store. I prefer my ice cream to be as unhealthy as possible. I especially like it when it's already started to melt. Ah, me too. Then, we have a lot in common. Althea raised her silver spoon and dipped it into the vanilla. For a few minutes, the two girls sat on the blanket, not talking, while they ate. It wasn't a cold night, but the ice cream was cold enough to make Aspen shiver. The spoon clinking against Aspen's teeth. Artificial strawberry. That was my favorite flavor. That was her favorite flavor. Artificial strawberry. Filled her mouth, numbing her tongue. After a while, Aspen felt a twinge in her head. She winced. She shouldn't have eaten so fast. She shouldn't have eaten quite so much so quickly. The ice cream wasn't going to go away anywhere. Thank you, Possum. This is for you. Althea saw her look discomfort and grinned. Brain freeze? A little. Well, that's no good. I don't want you getting sick. Althea peered inside the carton of ice cream. There was still around half left, which looked softer and gooier than before. Maybe we should stop now. Probably. You can take the rest home and put it in your freezer. Don't you want it? As a souvenir for this evening? Aspen placed the lid back on the ice cream carton. Althea put the lid back on the ice cream carton. The lid snapped into place with a dull snap, and Althea nodded in satisfaction. It's fine. You can keep it. But you're the one who bought it, right? I guess. Then take it. I've already had too much. Blood zoomed. I love Lebzines. My favorite. Althea pushed the carton of ice cream to one side and lay back down on the blanket. Her hair pulled around her head, her hands on her lap. Yes. Oh. Ma'am? Ma'am? Where's that hand going? Aspen Sleep followed suit. They were so close to one another, their shoulders were almost brushing. And the hair really was. Aspen's hair was long and dark, while Althea's was long and golden. The hair tumbled across the blanket in whirls and coils, strands crisscrossing each other like overgrown ivy. The thought that some parts of them were touching, even if their bodies weren't, made Aspen's stomach tingle, though she wasn't sure why. Maybe it was because of the ice cream. Whatever helps to sleep at night, Aspen. She shouldn't have eaten that so much. Hey. Aspen? What is it? Do you know what any of the stars are called? Not really. Oh, I see. Then, let me teach you. Althea pointed one finger up at the sky. Her skin looked paler than ever, and even more papery, when framed across the dark blue backdrop. I need to dehydrate again. You're back. Whoop, where am I going? Where am I going? Where am I going? Where's my hair going? See that cluster of stars up there? 5 of them. 5 of them. Aspen strained her eyes. She could see, vaguely, where Althea was pointing. But she couldn't quite see the supposed cluster. All the stars looked like one big cluster, to her, all sprinkled across the canvas. The stars didn't need names, in fact. They seemed to defy them. They looked oddly mystical. Spent in the sky like that. But Aspen didn't want to seem stupid. and she didn't want to let Althea down, so she nodded her head, not that Althea could see it, and said, "Yeah, I see them." "Good. That bright star, the one at the very top, it's called Cirque." "Cirque? She's a witch in Greek mythology. She was a mystical enchantress, but she turned a lot of men into pigs. Sometimes I wish I could do that." Althea laughed softly. Her laugh danced through the still night air, light and cool, like tinkling bells. The whole constellation is called the Witch's Cauldron. See how it makes a circular kind of shape? "I think I see." And then, the strangest part was, Aspen really could see. In the beginning, she had been saying she thought Althea wanted to hear, but Althea's voice painted quite a vivid picture. Aspen could really see it. She could see the celestial cauldron, though slightly obscured by clouds, picked out in the sky, the stars, like an astral map. "And over there," Althea pointed her finger at the sky once more. "That group of stars is called the Grieving Widow. You see how it looks like a woman kneeling, with hands to her face? She's waiting for her husband to come back from the war. They won't come back. Not ever." All of a sudden, Aspen was reminded of Miss Lay's poor, old Miss Lay, who lived in the house for far more than half her life. She'd had a husband for once upon a time, but Aspen never met him. Her parents had never met him either. He must have died long, long before they moved in. Maybe Miss May still looked like a Margaret. Maybe she stopped looking like a Margaret after his death. No. Oh no. Oh no. Look how sad she is. Oh no, the poor bean. Oh no. The poor bean. The poor bean, she's sad. I love her. Yeah, do that. Did your husband die? Maybe he died. Maybe he just got bored of his family and ran away. A hairdresser called Debbie. Debbie? I was just using my imagination. Actually, I like this better. I like this one better. I like this one better. Oops. Oh, fuck. Oh, I see. I like this one better. They both look so wistful. And what constellation is that? Aspen pointed at another cluster of stars that shone, albeit weakly, beneath the moon, most of their luster eclipsed by the moonlight. Althea studied the constellation for a few moments, frowning in thought before she replied. I believe that constellation is the unicorn. Unicorn? That's right. The two stars that make up its horn. I think I see it now. That constellation's special. You can only see it during certain times of the year. Rumor has it that it can only be seen by pure, untainted maidens. I don't know if I'm pure or untainted. But you're not denying that you might be a maiden. I'm the one who found Miss Lay's body. I don't think that makes you any less pure. I mean, you didn't kill her. No, but if anything, I'm the one who's impure. I'm always causing problems. Sometimes I wonder if things might be better if I didn't exist. No! Aspen turned to face Althea. Her eyes were wide in the dark. Her fingers found Althea's, forgetting for a moment how immaculate the untouched and untouchable the other girl seemed. I mean, Aspen ducked her head. She was surprised by her own outburst. Her cheeks started to turn pink. I'm glad you exist. Well, that makes me happy. Althea smiled and squeezed Aspen's fingers with her own. You know, people say that if you make a wish on the unicorn constellation, it'll come true. Really? That's right. Do you want to try it? Aspen had always thought making wishes, be it on birthday candles or shooting stars, was childish. But if Althea said it was right, with Althea's approval, making wishes seems less like their course of a bored and a satisfied child, and more like a real ritual, done at night. Aspen lay her head back down on the blanket, fingers intertwined with Althea's, and looked at the stars. She focused on the unicorn horn. Silently, very silently, she squeezed her eyes closed and made a wish. I wish I could be friends with Althea forever. As Aspen wished, she felt herself squirming with ill-suppressed embarrassment. That wasn't too corny, was it? If Althea knew what she was thinking, she'd surely tease her. But maybe she wouldn't. Maybe Althea needed a friend too. Is that why she'd reached out to her? Hey, Althea? What is it? What did you wish for? Can't tell you, silly. Why not? I do. Won't come true. You wished for something really important? Maybe. Maybe not. Aspen sighed softly. I wish you'd give me a straight answer. Sorry, but I've never been too good at that. Aspen laughed, though without any real humor. Althea laughed without any real humor. Aspen wasn't sure why, but it seemed like the companion had slipped into a dreadfully dolorous mood. That was a frequent occurrence with Althea. Her mood slid around as uneasily as an inexperienced ice skater. Do you like keeping me guessing? That's right. That's right. That's how some business works. Keep them waiting for more. You don't need to play mind with me. I want to be your friend regardless. Oh, Aspen. You are sweet. You say that like it's a bad thing. Maybe it is. You're sweet to me. Sometimes I don't think I deserve it. Why wouldn't you? I think you deserve everything. Well, that's very kind. Althea squeezed Aspen's fingers. I think you deserve everything too. You deserve more than me. But I like spending time with you. And I like spending time with you too. But probably shouldn't lead you astray. I'm not even more wicked than that witch Cirque. Because I can, Bruno. Because I can. I don't think you look like a witch. Your hair is golden, like a princess's. Mine is black. Looks don't have anything to do with it. Didn't your mother teach you it's what's in the inside that counts? Althea turned towards Aspen, smiling. She poked her tips of Aspen's nose with a fingertip. I really am a bad girl, you know. This whole time, I've been lying to you. Her brow furrowed. But if you knew who I really am, you might not want to be friends with me anymore. I don't know if I could stand that. I don't have many friends. And I don't want to lose you. Why me? Because you're special. I don't think so. You never think of that. You never think that about yourself. But it doesn't matter. Because I do. I think I should keep my distance, but... Althea trails her fingers across the curve of Aspen's cheek. The pads of her fingers were very soft and warm. Aspen shivered. She could feel her body melting against Althea's slightest touch. At the same time, I really don't want to give away. I'm having too much fun with you. You say that like you're toying with me. Maybe I am. That's what I do. But how can I help myself when you turn red so easily? Althea's fingers were gliding through Aspen's hair now. Aspen's dark hair looked darker than ever when posed against Althea's white, ghostly fingers. Being with you, watching you react to me, it reminds me that I'm really real. Of course you're real. I don't know about that. Everybody else looks right through me. The only one who sees me. The only one who I can talk to. That's why I don't want to let you go. I've always been selfish.
Let's go, lesbians, let's go! Let's go, lesbians, let's go!
Let's go! We're winning! Women are winning today! Women are winning today! Woo! We're winning! Woo! Women are winning! Woo! And with that, Althea pulled Aspen flush against her body and pressed her lips together. Aspen gasped into the kiss. Surprised, Althea used this to her advantage. Althea slowly slid her tongue into Althea's mouth while her arms wound around her back. They rested against the curve of Aspen's spine Her fingers splayed across the red fabrics of the other girl's sweater. Aspen trembled. She could taste the ice cream they'd just eaten in Althea's tongue. It was cool and sweet. It made her feel lightheaded. Ice cream kisses. That sounded like a branch of chocolate, thought Aspen wildly. Or maybe some kind of pop song. Not that Aspen listened to pop music very much. Althea's lips pressed against hers, felt very warm, and oddly insistent. Her kisses weren't exactly hard, but they were certainly firm. It was as though by kissing her, and holding her, and pressing their bodies together, Althea was trying to prove that she existed. Althea had powers in this world, tenuous though the powers of a teenage girl might have been, and she could make a difference. She might not have been able to make a difference in a large, meaningful way, but she could make Aspen sigh and gasp and fall apart beneath her fingers. She couldn't stop the wind from blowing or the tides from turning, but she had complete control over Aspen. Briefly, for a few seconds, Aspen thought maybe about pushing the other girl away. Can't just kiss me without whatever you want. I'm your friend, not your doll. But soon, Aspen, indignant, if it really was indignant, crumbled into naught. Like a sandcastle on the shore. She didn't want to push Althea away, not really. She only wanted to trick herself. It's a few moments to believing it's possible. Of course it wasn't. Aspen wanted the other girl's kiss her. She'd been spellbound by Althea at the moment she saw her. Aspen had never felt like this about anybody else before. It was only Althea. She'd fallen for Althea's charms, and now she couldn't even dream of existing without her. Althea's kisses felt hot, almost scalding against her lips. In Aspen's dazed and disbelieved mind, it felt like they were sealing a pact. A covenant. They were bound together beneath the moonlight, no longer two beings, but one. Inseparable. After a few moments, Althea finally broke the kiss. Their fingers still rested against Aspen's back, keeping her close. Althea's eyes, which looked large and round and imploring in the darkness, trained on Aspen. They were half-lidded. Althea's cheeks were flushed, and her lower lip was slightly full from the kisses. Althea didn't say anything. She waiting for Aspen to respond first. Aspen gasped, sat up, eyes wide, stared at Althea. Why did you do that? Shouldn't I have? It was a bit unexpected. But you don't mind? Did she mind? Aspen still wasn't entirely sure, but if she minded, she supposed she wouldn't push Althea away if she hadn't. If anything, she'd return the other girl's kisses. Even now, though their lips were parted, her heart wouldn't stop pounding. Not really, I suppose. But what made you kiss me? Because I felt like it. Oh. Aspen winced. She tried to keep the disappointment out of her voice, but she knew it was obvious. She'd never been very good at hiding her feelings. She was open book, free of something. Free of the perused. Free to be perused by anybody with a spare second. Is that all? Oh, that really hard. I said I'd eat you up, remember? Aspen's face burned. I thought you were just joking. Me too, but first, it was a spur of the moment kind of thing. Do you usually kiss people on the spur of the moment? No, not usually. Have you kissed anybody else before? Maybe, maybe not. What does it matter? I was just wondering, regardless of how many people you've kissed in the past, that was my first. Aspen placed her fingers against her lips slowly, gingerly. They were still tingling. It seemed like you knew what you were doing. I never know what I'm doing until I've done it. Well? Aspen, Alir? Wrong game. Althea smiled. The dimple on her bright cheek crinkled. I know more about kissing than I do about the stars. You know more about the stars than I do, at least. Oh, you sweet, innocent thing. What? This thing stupid? Naive, more like. What do you mean? Althea laughed, her shoulders shaking. I don't know anything about or in old space, stupid. I made it all up. Oh, that's gay. Hey, bubble bath. I like how there's 9 whole pages of saves. I'm only on save 2. And I'm like almost on the game. Great job, me. Shows how much I save games. Later that night, after she dashed the half-eaten carton of ice cream in the freezer, and the spoons in the sink, Aspen ran herself a bath. It was almost midnight, but Aspen didn't care. She liked having baths, no matter what time it was. They're relaxing. They relaxed her, and when she was feeling tense or uneasy. Yeah, same. Flashback to Omori, where it's only 6 slots. I need more. Sometimes, when she's had a particularly difficult day at school, she would run a bath as soon as she got home, and she would sit in the tub, soaking until her mother called her downstairs for dinner. Her dad would always laugh at her when she sat on the dinner table, picking at her spaghetti or chicken salad with her hair wrinkled up in a towel turban. When James was in a particularly good mood, he'd call Aspen his little mermaid. Harriet had always been Aspen's favourite Disney princess. On weekends, Aspen would sometimes have 2 or 3 baths a day, though this was usually confined to the times her parents were out. And he would always sigh and tut about Aspen using too much hot water. When our parents were on the cruise having a jolly old time, Aspen used as much hot water as she liked. The water had been a little too hot at first, actually, and Aspen had hissed when she first dipped her toe into the tub. After a few moments, however, her skin got used to the hot, prickling sensation. She slid into the bath slowly, carefully, and then she sat, her arms wrapped around her knees, trying to make herself as small as possible. The bathtub mirror was cloudy with condensation and water dripping down the tiles on the walls. There was a glass display cabinet above the sink, filled with bits and pieces her dad thought were particularly novel, mostly shells taken from the beach, dried starfishes, and a few little boats and bottles. It was there was a fluffy rug on the floor, too, decorated. Navy blue boats and red little anchors. Aston thought the bathroom was a little kitschy, but she spent so much time there she had many private, unbroken hours to judge. At that moment, however, Aston wasn't thinking about the bathroom. She was thinking about Althea. Aston traced her fingers against her lips once more, as though checking they still belonged to her. She was uncertain if she really was her, or if she transformed into somebody else. Well, Aspen mused about Althea about wanting to kiss her. There was nothing interesting or exciting about her. She wasn't special. But Althea had looked at her like she was. Was this another one of Althea's little jokes? Like the smile from the fingerprints and the stars, or had she meant it? Aspen didn't know, but she never imagined her first kiss would go quite like that. She'd never really thought much about kissing at all. She didn't like any of the boys at her school. Most of them were loud and obnoxious and more than a little scary. They shouted and swore and kicked the footballs about them and made such a noise. They weren't good looking either. Exactly possum. Their favorite hairstyle was bows short and were spiked with gel. The hair was choppy and slimy, or both, and the thought of running their fingers through it made Aspen feel ill. No, not all the boys at her school were like that, of course. There were a couple of nice boys. Alvin, who'd been in her form group, had always been friendlier, and Lucas, at her art class, let her borrow his fancy oil paints. But none of these boys could hold a counter to Althea. She was incomparable. Maybe that was why Aspen didn't mind overly much about Althea stealing her first kiss. Anybody had to kiss her. She was glad it was Althea. Did that mean she liked her? Aspen's skin warmed by the hot water tingled, though not unpleasantly. Her toes curled inward, her dark hair floated on the surface of the bathwater like a horned weed. Her hair was already dark, but it looked even darker when it got wet. It was as black as a raven's feathers, as black as the night sky itself. The dark hair was one of her defining features. Yes, her only defining feature. It had drawn Althea to her. It couldn't have been her looks, nor her personality. Aspen had no idea what she wanted to find out. Aspen spent many of the next day thinking about the kiss. It weighed on her mind so heavily that she could think of little else. Not even her argument with Pippa. Everything paled in significance compared to Althea's lips. Aspen laid down in her bed, her hair curled into her pillow. She wrote about her pillow, stared at the ceiling. Clutching her pillow to her chest, she repeated the same 3 words in her head, while the sun slowly set outside. Althea kissed me. But no matter how many times she told herself that, it still didn't quite feel real. Althea kissed me. Aspen could remember the feeling of the other girl's mouth against hers. Her lips had been soft, tasted sweet, of residual vanilla ice cream. Althea kissed me. But why? Aspen held her right hand in the air, examining it as though seeing it for the first time. She shook her head to one side, lips pursed. Lips that only yesterday Althea had kissed. It was hard to judge her appearance on her hand alone, but Aspen had seen her reflection in the bathroom mirror enough times to know what she looked like. She was plain and ordinary. Her skin was shallow, a little too white for staying indoors so often. She didn't. Oh, hello, Kira. Welcome, welcome. You missed the gay scenes. You missed the very lovely kissing scene. Is there a gallery here? Probably not accessible. There's no gallery just yet, so we can't look at. I can't show you the gay kissing scene, sadly. It's like Sunday. Anyways, welcome here. How you doing? I'm English. I'm English today. I'm English today. I'm British. I'm British. I'm British. British. Fuck the British. And skin that was. Whoa. Her skin was sallow. Sallow. It's a little too white from staying indoors so often. She didn't look like the sort of girl who lived by the seaside. British! British! She didn't look like most of the girls in her class. Then again, Althea was pale too. Aspen's hair was dark, her eyes brown, and she didn't like drawing attention to herself. She was self-conscious about her legs and her knees. She always wore trousers. When she had to wear a dress for her cousin's Olivia's wedding, she'd spend the whole time shifting, hating the sensation of her legs rubbing together beneath all that pale blue fabric. Aspen wasn't good at clothes shopping. She had no idea what clothes fit her body type, so she let her mother pick her clothes out for her. Her chest was small and underdeveloped, almost like a boy's. Penny had bought Aspen a push-up bra a couple of years ago. I thought it might make you feel a little more confident, honey. But wearing something like that seemed like an admission of defeat. Aspen knew if the girls at her school had seen her wearing the bra while getting changed to PE, she would have been laughed at. Shamefaced, blushed so easily, Aspen had stuffed the bra in the back of her underwear drawer and forgotten about it. Her forehead was spotted with acne, scars, and her eyebrows were hopelessly thin. So she wore her fringe long and tried to cover those imperfections up. It didn't always work though, not when it was windy, or when she had to clip her fringe back in PE. There was nothing special about her, reflected. She was entirely average. Maybe in the lower end of the average. Some of the boys in school, Colin, Murphy, in particular, liked rating the girls on a sliding scale. They made no secret about their ratings either. He was an A at her school, hampered only by her teeth. Fucking British boys in school. Aspen was a 4. Why then had Althea kissed her? Had Althea seen something in Aspen that Aspen herself couldn't see? Was there some hidden spark? Some point of interest? Something alluring buried beneath her eyes and uncomfortable body language? Aspen is a 10, indeed. A solid 10. No, a 1 million. Maybe. Which Aspen are we talking about again? Which Aspen are we talking about again? But Aspen knew the word alluring did not, and would never apply to her. Colin Murphy's extensive ratings of all Graham's secretary's girls had that quite apparent. With a sigh, Aspen rose slowly out of her bed, running her fingers along her hair. The hair was thin, and it tangled easily. Her fingers caught on a knot. She spent a few moments trying to unpick the knot from her hair with her fingertips. While she worked, engaged in her task, she frowned. She had to see Althea again. There was no question about it. Even if she didn't understand why Althea had kissed her, there were many things about Althea Aspen didn't understand. She couldn't stand the thought of not seeing her. Soon she wouldn't be able to see her. Her parents would come back from their holidays in a couple of days, and then school would start up. As would have to go to college and mix with people never met before, and then she'd start worrying about homework and coursework and upcomings and upcoming A-levels, but the present Aspen mind was too full of thoughts about Althea to pay sufficient much heed. She would still remember the feeling of Althea's hair, skin, her lips. Aspen wanted to see her while she still could. Aspen had to see her. If she didn't, Aspen didn't know what she would do. Pretty down bad for real. Before Aspen could go to another moonlit odyssey, however, she had to fend off a phone call from her anxious parents. Well, parent to be more precise. Though James Draper loved his daughter just as much as Penny did, he'd never been quite as overbearing as his affectionate as his wife. With his affectionate wife. In fact, she often laughed at Penny when she harped on her her only daughter to wear a warmer coat in the winter or sunscreen in the summer. One of James' favourite sayings was, "Come off it, Penny. Aspen's not a little kid anymore. She'll live for herself." "Can't she though, James?" was Penny's typical rebuttal. "I just don't know." Penny's continued anxiety about her welfare didn't do much for Aspen's low self-esteem. But sometimes her father's laissez-faire touch tactless, particularly after Miss Lay's death. Maybe Aspen thought glumly, she was just being picky. Weren't all teenagers supposed to disagree with their parents? It was a part of growing up. But Aspen never aired her disputes out loud. She kept them inside her head, looked away, where nobody else could phone them. It was easier that way. She never liked confrontation. Her mother, meanwhile, was an undisputable champion of it. Aspen, are you there?" "That's right, Mum." Aspen tried to stifle a sigh at her mother's impetuous, commanding voice, the effect no less diminished by the distance between them. "I'm here." "Oh, good. It can be a bit hard to hear you, though. You know, the connection is very poor." "Could you speak up when we're talking, please?" "Yes, Mum." Aspen took the phone to the stairs and curled her hair and on the lower steep, knees tucked between her chin. "And how have you been, dear? I hope you've been taking care of yourself." "I've been fine, Mum. Did you eat it all? Did you all alone in the freezer?" "No, not yet." "Well, you better hurry. It's going to go off at the end of the week, and I don't want you wasting it." Penny had a photographic memory when it came to things like food expiry date. She memorized sequences and numbers as though they were gospel, and was forever reminding her family to eat everything in the kitchen before it went bad. Aspen always thought when her mum was still in the school, she would have been rather good at history. "Oh, come off, Penny." As you could hear her father's voice in the background, faint and out of focus, but evidently amused. "Your holiday! Stop fussing about what's in the freezer." "But It's lasagna! But lasagna costs money, James! I want to see it eaten! You make it sound like we need a pinch pennies! We've hardly in dire straits, you know. We might not be, but it's only because I labor over the family's finances. My mother's always told me to look after the pennies, and the pounds will always look after themselves. A venerable position, but one that's only at hardly break the bank. Aspen Day, you eat whatever you want. You don't want lasagna? Just throw it out. Don't tell her that, James. Throwing away food is a terrible habit. There are children starving in Africa. Are we in Africa? No, but then hang on the lasagna. And hang the lasagna. Then hang the lasagna. Hang the motherfucker. Hang it on the fucking noose. Bring it to the gallows. Aspen shifted uncomfortably on the stairs. She hadn't wanted to make her parents argue. But it was something as trivial as saying to be lasagna. And now she was quite rather guilty. Then again, Aspen knew this wasn't her fault. She had always butted heads, and there was always silly things that didn't seem to matter. The pay disputes were always worried Aspen. But perhaps that was a sign Penny and James, despite their differences, had a strong, healthy marriage. Surely it was better to argue with lasagna than unpaid bills or gambling addictions or supposed infidelities. I'd be a good parent if I made you eat an entire Sainsbury's rubbish when Penny and I just had the most wonderful meal there. You buy whatever you want. If they'll make you happy. Alright, Dad. But Aspen knew she wouldn't, despite his grandiose statements. Penny was the one who made all the real decisions in the household. If Penny wanted Aspen to eat the lasagna, it would make things much better. A bit easier too. They wouldn't need to eat this Sainsbury's rubbish while we're going if we learned how to cook. But James was listening. He continued on, chuntering away like a broken down lawnmower. Oh, the dinner had not. It was almost like the work of art. The squid was grilled to perfection and stuffed with onions and garlic. Even Penny liked it. You know how she is about squid. Squid is neither here nor there, James. We're meant to be talking about Aspen. Talking at her, more like. I just thought our lovely daughter might appreciate hearing a little about our troubles. Nepal really is a beautiful place, you know. And the seafood is to die for. We've been all over that during this cruise. Rome, Florence, Malacca. But I think Nepal is the best of the bunch. I'll have to take you sometime, Aspen. I think you'd enjoy it. It might get some colour into your cheeks. You're so pale, dear. You're like a ghost. James laughed jovially, apparently unconcerned or perhaps unaware that this flippant remark might have hurt his daughter's feelings. I've been so sunny too. You get quite the time standing out of the deck. Bet everyone will ask you where you've gone when I swam. Bet everyone will ask you where I've gone when I've swan back. Swan back work next week. And won't I have some stories to tell? Yes, I'm sure you talked your ear off. It's what I do best. At least you give me a break from it. Small sigh. Now Aspen dear, we're going to arrive back home on Friday evening at around 8 at night. You'll probably be tired, so I want you to be on your best behavior. And make sure that the house is nice and tidy. Nice and tidy for our return. Clean the bathtub if you've been using it. Sweep the kitchen floor and put everything back in its proper place. You promise me that? You will do that? I'll keep the house tidy. Don't have to worry about it. Since when have we ever had to worry about our dear Aspen Penny? You know she's hardly a type to throw wild parties. She might be our daughter, but she's sure to after me. I'm glad she didn't look after you. You were a terrible student back in the day. You're a terrible son too. Caused up your poor mother so much grief. Well, that was a long time ago. I think I've matured since then. I have to wonder. Come off it, Penny. I know you love me, dear. You really. Yes, God knows why. That being an account of my sparkling wit and good humour, of course. Tell yourself that, dear. Penny sighed once more. She did that a lot when she was with her husband. And James laughed. His voice came through the receiver and the telephone, all sharp and tinny. Distorted by this ocean between them, Aspen winced. Her father was always laughing about something or other. Probably his own stupid jokes, but sometimes his childhood reminiscences. From James's accounts, he'd been a naughty boy when he was Aspen's age, playing jokes with his older sister, sneaking around the back of the house for cigarettes, and having walk parties whenever his family was out. He might have mellowed out in his old days, but he still laughed frequently and far too easily, and was forever flirty with pretty waitresses. Penny's consternation. James wasn't at all like Aspen. In fact, except for the brown eyes, Aspen had inherited nothing from her father. She sort of looks like me. Aspen grit her teeth together. Her fingers tightened around the plastic casing of the phone until her knuckles turned white. All of a sudden, a spike of rage pierced the young girl's heart. If they hadn't said it too many times, Aspen knew he was implying, even if he himself did not. Y'all need to start to throw wild parties. In other words, it's not like she has any friends to party with. James' laughter sounded uncomfortably mockingly. Just like the laughter Aspen had endured back at school from Cullen and Stuart and Daniel and all those other horrible students. They thought she was a loser, a loner, freak. A girl with absolutely no special social life, save for Lucky and Pippa. If James and Aston were the same age and they attended the same school, Aston would be certain he would have teased her too. James did tease her, in fact, only he could get away with it because he was her father, and his jokes were supposedly in good faith. Sometimes his jokes would sting, though only James never seemed to realize. He never seemed to care. Well, Aspen decided she'd show him. Show them all. She might not have had any plans to throw parties like her father did when he was her age, but she wasn't going to stay inside. Her neat little Scarborian home all alone, eating ready-made Sainsbury lasagna before he went to pay past his sell-by date. Aspen could hardly bear the thought. She wanted to leave this house. It felt uncomfortable and oppressive, even without her parents' attendance. Then she wanted to meet Althea. All of a sudden, Aspen didn't want to be alone. Aspen made her way through Miss Lane's overgrown back garden, through the undergrowth. The tartan blanket she and Althea had shared the night before was gone, as though it never existed. It had been only last night that Althea had kissed her. And now it seemed like a small eternity ago. Aspen shivered. She could feel goose flesh raising in her arms, even beneath the warm fabric of her sweater. She wrapped her arms about her middle in a sad parody of an embrace. I just realized I need to check something on Twitter. I know I probably know the results by now, because why would it be different? Oh my god, I have one. Oh wow, look at that! It's a fucking tie! I guess we'll never build the Gundam then. Ugh. I guess we'll just see when I'm available. We'll see. Isn't that great? None of you could make up your mind when to build the Gundam. And now you'll never know when I'm going to build the Gundam. You'll never know. Because y'all didn't choose a date. It was probably going to rain up tonight, as it had a few nights before. The wind blew cooler than it had yesterday, and the withering brought bouts of mist lanes. Old pear trees trembled. So did Aspen. As she stood there, staring at the smashed window, she rolled thoughts through her mind. They all revolved around Althea. Althea's smile, her laugh, the feeling of her little fingers locked together in a childish promise. Althea had said they were friends, and she had kissed her. Was that something friends did? No, Aspen thought it was not. She'd been friends with Pippa since primary school. She never once entertained any thought about kissing her. It just wasn't the same with Althea. Althea was... Ah. Aspen blinked, she could feel a spot of moisture on her forehead. The small drops fell, though slowly, at first. Rainwater began to beat down against Aspen's scalp. It caresses the nape of her neck with its cool fingers and trickled down her shirt. Aspen didn't have enough time to stand there, lost in thought. Not if she didn't want to get soaked. The young girl took a few jerky, unsteady steps towards the broken window. Her fingers gripped the edge of the empty window pane. Using what little upper body strength she had, she'd always been bad at sports. Aspen pulled herself upwards through the empty air. Soles of her dirty, mud-spotted trainers rested on the edge of the windowsill. Slowly and carefully, Aspen lowered herself down into the kitchen counter. Then, her feet landed on the floor. Aspen could not hear the wind moaning outside. It was slowly picking up. Could hear the moaning of the wind outside. And so was the rain. Would Althea have to walk back home in the brewing storm? Wherever that was? Would she be alright without a coat or any sensible shoes? Ugh. All of a sudden Aspen felt like her mother. Sensible was one of the Penny's favourite words. I was fond of my mother, who wasn't a bad parent, but didn't want to be like her. The thought was a worrying one. It wasn't as worrying, however, as thought that she might not see Althea again. Had Althea heard about today's foul weather? Had she decided to stay at home? But no. When she lifted her head, she saw a familiar pair of long, splendid legs, encased in sheer white tights, dangling from the edge of the washing machine. Where's Althea? Every single inch was Althea, from head to toe, her fingers folded in her lap, with long golden hair. Her blue eyes fringed long lashes. Her lips, which were curved into a frown. Althea's shoulders were trembling. Her eyes were moist, threatening to spill tea any moment. Tears. Maybe she'd been crying already before Aspen arrived, because Althea's cheeks were unusually flushed and damp. Her eyelids were clumpy together. Clumped together. No, Althea, don't be sad. And you go dehydrate again, because I'm drink too much water. You guys having fun there? You guys having fun? You guys having fun there? Okay, let's see. What did I miss? What did I miss? Exactly. I have bar hard, right? 1, 2, 3, 4 for you, Olivia. Anyone else? Sure, do a thing on me. Such a possum. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I heard a ear wiggle somewhere in there. Ear wiggle, ear wiggle. Kudu. No thoughts? Head kudu. Kudu. Anyways. About to gaze. Am I right? After the sad Althea. Patches of red were dotted across Althea's usually perfect, pristine face, as though she'd fallen head first into a patch of nettles. Her hair looked a little messier than usual. So did her dress. Aspen stared at Althea for a few moments, stunned in silence. Then she realized Althea could cry. It didn't seem possible. Althea? Althea took a small shaky step forward. Aspen took a small shaky step forward. For some reason, her legs refused to cooperate with her. It felt like a newly born deer. Althea, what's wrong? It's nothing really. It obviously isn't nothing. Your face is all red. Gee, thanks. That makes me feel so much better. Aspen winced. She sounded too much like her mother for her own comfort. I wasn't trying to insult you. What I meant to say is, worried. I figured as much, Dozy. Still, that wasn't a very nice way of going about it. Why don't you insult my puffy eyes while you're at it? They look ugly when I'm crying. Tell me, I'm being weird. No. I don't. I don't think that at all. A small, thin smile rose on Althea's lips. But it wasn't like the smile she'd shown Aspen in the past. The smile was dark around the edges. Its piercing effect diluted tears, and it trembled. You're not a very good liar, Aspen. Not like me. You're sad to take lessons. I'm not lying. Althea raised an eyebrow. Really? Well, maybe I'm a little. But that's because I care about you. You care about me? I haven't heard that in a while. Mostly I get in the way. I don't think you get in the way. In fact, I want you to get in my way. Well, it's very sweet of you. Althea smiles a little more softly now, though her cheeks were still damp. With a small sigh, she wiped her eyes with the back of her arm. So, would you mind telling me why you were crying? You care that much? Of course I care. I mean, we're friends, right? I suppose, but I don't know if you understand. Maybe not, but I can try to understand. Isn't that what friends do? I guess so. I hadn't had any friends in a while. I hadn't really had this chance. It's all a little new to me. I still find that hard to believe. Who wouldn't want to be friends with who wouldn't want to be Althea's friend? Maybe everybody was just too intimidated by her. I was just wondering. They coiled a strand of golden hair around her index finger. Why do I exist? It doesn't seem very fair. I mean, I never asked to exist. Maybe a person like me shouldn't. There's no point in existing if everyone looks right through me. Nobody sees me, and nobody listens. Sometimes I think you're the only one who cares about me. And after today, I don't know if I'll be able to keep spending time with you. Aspen's eyes widened. She could hear her heart. You could hear her heart beating a frantic, painful staccato inside her chest, knocking against her ribcage. It hurt. You mean you're going away? I'll have to. I've been hanging around here for far too long. I shouldn't really have come here at all. I could help myself. And then I met you. I didn't intend to come back so often, but I wanted to see you again. Did you get in trouble with your parents? Did they find out you were coming here? I think I already told you this. I don't have any parents. I don't have a single person who cares about me in this world. It's probably because I'm not supposed to be in this world. I'm a mistake. I wasn't supposed to exist. At least that's what I've heard. You see, Aspen said slowly, but she didn't really see. How could she? Althea was speaking, her voice low and slightly feverish. About things Aspen who had been born in about things Aspen, who'd been born in this reality, normal and loving, if a touch embarrassing. Family. Couldn't understand. All the while, the rain continued to fall outside. It was coming down thicker and faster than like spears. The wind blew the rain horizontally, and some of the raindrops were pushing in through the gaping hole in the kitchen window. I'm so tired of this. I'm tired of all of it. I'd say my life wasn't fair, but I haven't had much of a life to begin with. Maybe I should be thankful. Be happy. Times I did manage to have. I should be thankful I was able to meet you. Althea? Aspen's voice caught in her throat, like a bird snag at a woolen jumper. If there's anything I can help you with, I'd like to know. There isn't. Then maybe if too much was upsetting you, that might make you feel better? Althea snorted. What are you, a therapist? No, just your friend. Friend, huh. Althea repeated the word under her breath. It looked like the idea of having a friend had calmed Althea, if only a little. Maybe because her fingers relaxed and the swinging of her legs became less frantic. I don't know if I'm a very good friend to have. Tell far too many lies. I haven't even told you who I am. Not really. I've been playing around with you the whole time. I just thought if you knew the truth, you might not like me anymore. That's not true. Aspen raised her head, her eyes filled with a newfound determination that took even her by surprise. Since when had she been so bold, so feisty, and so sure of herself? It must have been down to Althea's infectious influence. I still like you, no matter what. Even if I'd murdered somebody? Even so! Aspen paused, she frowned, her certainty faltering. You haven't murdered anybody, have you? Well, wouldn't you want to know? Chilling thoughts. Chilling though those words were, at least Althea seemed a little more like herself now. Althea leant back, a small smile on her lips despite the redness of her eyes, and laughed. There's a lot about me you don't know, Aspen. But I know everything about you. Everything? Mm-hmm. An open book. I can open at whatever page I want with you. All the inner effort. But I'm different. Still don't know who I am yet. Or what. What are you talking about? Well... Althea pondered for a few moments, glancing upwards, lost in thought. Her brow creased. It took several seconds, but the rain fell insistently outside, before Althea finally resumed her previous train of thought. Would you like to know who I really am? I would. Are you sure? Yes. When you learn this, you won't be able to see me in the same way. In fact, you might not be able to see me ever again. Are you sure you want to go through this? After knowing all this? Aspen paused to look down at the floor. Did you really want to know who, or as Althea had said, what Althea was, if it would risk being parted from her? Aspen didn't want that. She wanted to stay with her. The memory of their kiss was still imprinted on her mind, hot and burning despite the cold weather and the falling rain. But if Aspen did learn the truth, she'd be plagued with curiosity for the rest of her life. She couldn't let the chance slip through her fingers, even if she risked losing Althea forever. She wanted to know so badly. It was like a physical ache. And that was why Aspen raised her head, narrowed her eyes and said, "Please tell me. I want to know the truth." Truth, hmm? Well, let's see. Althea hopped off the washing machine, faced Aspen, her eyes hard like two stones. The truth is quite difficult thing to make sense of. If I could, wrap it up in a bow, hand it to you. Things aren't always that easy. Even if I told you the truth, it might not sound believable coming from my lips. You'd probably think I was lying. That would be perfectly understandable. I am a liar after all. But even a liar tells the truth every once in a while. Sometimes, however, the truth is so strange. Althea shook her head. Then, I won't tell you the truth. But you just said... Wait, I won't tell about it. But I can show you. Show me? Show me how? The truth. Althea glanced upwards. Want to see it for yourself? I'd advise going to the attic. Aspen followed Althea's gaze in the vain hope of seeing through the ceiling, but of course that was impossible. Aspen shivered. The attic? That's right. That's where you can learn about me. The real me. You'll finally discover who I truly am. Isn't that exciting? The attic. Going to the first floor of Miss Lay's home on her own had been enough to a chore for Aspen. She was afraid of braving those steep stairs again, and then she had to climb a ladder that led even higher still. I forgot the first floor is technically the second floor for us American people. The first floor is the ground floor. The ground floor is the floor the main entrance, and the first floor is the first stairs is the first floor. It's weird. Pretty sure weird. Aspen knew more or less where the attic would be, though of course she'd never been there. Look, we're North American. It's still technically American if you think about it that way. Miss Lay's home was connected to her parents. Their homes were at almost perfect mirror image of one another. Aspen's house had an attic too. It was where her parents kept all clothes they no longer wore, a square CRT TV from over a decade past, and their broken cassette player, videotapes, Aspen's old baby toys. It was the place where James stored things that were old and outdated and unwanted, unlike Penny, until Penny was able to pawn them away in the car boot sale on eBay. Aspen always felt melancholic the rare occasion when she went to the attic, as though pining for the past she couldn't remember. Aspen never used in that old CRT or the cassette player. She couldn't remember being pushed about in a baby pram, playing with her old toys and building blocks. Some part of her, however, would It makes me sad to see those things. Shut up away beneath the eaves of our home, lost in the dark, in slowly gathering dust. Miss Lay's home was just like her parents' attic. It was one big, dark, endless abyss, filled with things that nobody wanted and nobody ever used again. To get into the attic in Aspen's home, one had to open up a square trapdoor in the ceiling with a hooked stick and then pull down the sliding ladder. Aspen supposed it would be the same with Miss Lay's attic too. But how would she be able to find the trapdoor in the dark? I don't know if I'll be safe for me to go up there. You've been coming into this house for at least a few days on your own. I hardly think it is safe either. I know, but this is different. You're with me. Aspen looked at Althea hopefully. Will you come into the attic with me? I can't. Why not? I want to be there when you uncover the truth. It would be too painful. I prefer to wait down here. But going to the attic all alone? Are you too scared? Althea's eyes narrowed in the darkness of the kitchen. Her blue irises, normally so bright, now looked dark and murky. At the border of the ocean, where sharp-toothed fish swam. More scared of the dark than learning the truth. To be honest, Aspen was afraid of the dark. But a great part of her was more afraid of what secrets she might find lurking in Miss Lay's attic. The prospect of looking through a dead woman's memories and breaking up the past. It's far too sad. How did Althea first fit into Althea's old life? That curiosity propelled Aspen onward, beyond her own fears. No, I'm not scared. You're trembling. Okay, fine. I am scared. But I'm still going. But I'll still go. I have to go. Arranging windows again. Indeed. If you say there's something important in the attic, I need to see it. See then. Then, I need to see. If you say there's something important in the attic I need to see, then I'll see it. I can't not see it. You're that interested in me? Of course. You're the most intriguing thing around here. Aston said it without a shred of embarrassment, because it was true. What was there to do in Scarborough when you've lived there your whole life? Scarborough might have been a semi-popular tourist destination during the summer holidays, but the lure of fish and chips on the dirty seafront grew less and less enticing the longer you've lived here. The beach, which was forever littered with cones of scattered chips and hungry seagulls, had no corner Aspen hadn't explored in childhood. Althea, meanwhile, was still a mystery. Aspen knew precious little about her, though she'd met her multiple times during this week. Now, she was close to discovering who Althea really was. Why she seemed tied to this old house. Why she'd been crying. Aspen couldn't pass up the chance. There is just one thing, though. What is it, brave explorer? I was thinking, it'd be pretty dark up there, and I don't have any lights. I don't want to break my neck trying to climb up the stairs, so... I see. Althea bowed her head, knowing smile playing about her lips. Your wish is my command, traveler. May this guide made you safe and true during your journey. And like a guardian spirit from Arthurian legend, Althea reached into her trusty white bag and drew out her torch. She handed the torch over to Aspen. She did it gracefully. The fingers brushed. Somehow, Althea felt a lot warmer than everything else in the kitchen. That much was alive. Althea's eyes were practically sparkling now. They're not with tears. Instead, she looked excited. I'll be waiting for you. Right. Thank you. Good luck. Godspeed. I just hope after what you've learned. Althea's gaze dropped down to the floor. Her long eyelashes cast dark shadows against her cheeks. So it looked like demons were playing in the creases of her smooth, pale skin. You won't think less of me. Don't worry, I won't. I hope not. I hope not. You see, I really can be quite impossible sometimes. To Aspen's relief, entering the attic proved to be less perilous than she thought. With the aid of Althea's torch, she was able to navigate Miss Lay's house with relative ease. The stairs leading to the first floor, which had seemed steep and foreboding in the dark, now hardly constituted an obstacle. Locating the small square depression in the ceiling was a little trickier, but Aspen was able to find it soon enough. She opened the trapdoor and slid the extending ladder down to the ground. Climbing up the ladder, whilst keeping a hold of the torch was something of a pain. The young girl had to climb the ladder, gripping the cool steel rung with one hand, the other hand held tight against the torch, her one beacon of light. Aspen had never been the most coordinated of girls. At one point, she almost dropped the torch. Her heart plunged in her chest. The worst-case scenario ran through her head as she grappled with it. What would she do if she dropped it on the floor? What if it broke? Then she wouldn't be able to see an inch in front of her eyes in the darkness of the attic, which seemed even darker somehow than the rest of the house. Fortunately, Aspen was able to keep hold of the bulky torch, before it slipped from her fingers. With a small sigh, Aspen continued to her ascent, and finally, she made it to her destination, the attic. Aspen straightened her back, torch in hand, and glanced around. The attic itself was every bit as dim as depressing as she thought it had imagined. Even with the aid of the torch, Aspen was unable to see all that much. The attic seemed to stretch on forever. Though Aspen knew, with her own house as a rough reference, that it wasn't all that big, and the light didn't quite reach into the corners. Aspen had horrible nightmare visions of strange creatures lurking in the darkness, bats or rats. Bats or rats, or things that were even more sinister. Rat ain't very sinister, rats are very cute and gushable. What had been strange to her ears, she swore she could hear a strange scuttling noise emitting from the shadows. Rats. There was a drumming sound too, like footsteps above her head. Aspen bit her lower lip. She could hear the color drain from her cheeks. Was it just her imagination, or was it much colder in the attic than the rest of the house? Perhaps it was because she was close to the roof, which seemed to be hanging very, very low, even for a short girl like Aspen. James always had to duck their own head, lest he bump his head on the swing eaves. Miss Lay's attic felt even more claustrophobic, which was somewhat paradoxical, considering how it seemed to stretch on forever. The strange drumming sound intensified. It sounded louder than ever before. As we knew logically it was the rain, but the drumming really did sound like footsteps. Footsteps that were creeping closer and closer, just waiting for the right moment to. Calm down. Just calm down. Aspen closed her eyes, touched a 10 inside her head. It was a coping mechanism. It was something her mother told her. Oh fuck, didn't work. When her boss was really annoying and with a bang and the photocopier had jammed for the 6th time in the morning. Electricity was supposed to help her relax, but Aspen's nerves felt taut and tighter than every passing second. She didn't like closing her eyes. It made her worry, foolish though it was, that something might jump out at her and catch her unaware. Aspen had to open her eyes again, anxious to be robbed of her sight, before she managed to make it 7. Maybe it would be better than if she searched the attic as quickly as possible. The strange sounds were beginning to unnerve her, as were the smells. Whenever Aspen inhaled, she caught the thick, heavy stench of mold, mildew, and something damp that was a little hard to place. It was an abstract sort of smell that Aspen couldn't name, even more abstract than the peculiar named candle she'd seen in the local supermarket. Maybe it was neglect. Forget? Despair. Miss Lay had died in the kitchen, but Aspen could feel the old woman's presence more strongly in the attic than anywhere else in the house. It was almost like Miss Lay, or the ghost of her, was winding her cold. Dead arms around Aspen's shoulders, like a shawl, and dragging her down through the floorboards. Slowly, Aspen shone the light of her torch around inside the attic. She could see bits of Miss Lay's life, her old life, scattered everywhere. There in the corner, the dressmaker's dummy. The dummy was attached to a long, white gown with an impressive train that spilled across the floorboard like smoke. The bodice of the gown was decorated with pearls, and they shimmered dimly beneath the unnatural light of Aspen's torch. Was it a wedding gown? The gown was a bit discolored here, perhaps from age. Its hem was starting to fray. And so, it was a beautiful dress. How old had Miss Lay been when she wore it? As I tried to imagine this dress hugging smooth, flushed skin, unmarked by wrinkles, and the telltale spots of old age. Tried, but she couldn't. Aspen was simply incapable of picturing the Miss Lay she knew, the shuffling gait and the varicose veins squeezing her short, round body into such a garment. Maybe Margaret had worn it, but not Miss Lay. Aspen turned away from the wedding dress, which hung on the stand of ghostly white fawns. That wasn't why she'd come here. Besides the wedding dress, there was an old Henry Hoover. Bright red plastic face, eyes painted, and class on the casing, looking straight and staring at the dark. Near the Hoover, pushed further on one side, was a hat stand draping with hats. In shawls, a few matching wooden stairs, an old television that probably would display pictures in color. There were cardboard boxes filled with high up. There were words written on the side. Pen, a tiny black pen. Jorget, hair, and Christmas decorations, and order beware. The hand that had written these words in black marker pen, must have been steady, Aspen thought, because the words were thick and firm and blocky. It didn't look at all like the thin, spidey handwriting Aspen had seen on that birthday card Miss Lay had written. Maybe it wasn't Miss Lay's handwriting. Maybe it belonged to her husband, Ivor. But Ivor wasn't here anymore. Neither was Miss Lay. Though their bodies were decomposed, the things they'd brought together remained, all hidden inside boxes, neat, labeled, labels written on the front. Aspen examined one of the topmost boxes of the stack. The one labeled Georgette Hire. The top box was closed and it was covered with a film of dust. It looked several inches thick. Evidently nobody had opened these boxes in a long time. Filled with curiosity, Aspen had mind to open cardboard flaps and took a look inside. But she resisted the urge. She didn't come into the attic to delve in Miss Lay's past. She'd come because of Althea. Althea. Aspen was so wrapped up in the thought about Althea that she almost didn't notice the eyes staring at her in the darkness. When she did, however, what felt like electricity coursed through her body. Her heart thumped painfully inside her chest, and her throat went dry. Her fingers slacked, and she nearly dropped the torch for the second time. There were two eyes, both blue, fringed with long, golden lashes. The eyes were set in a white head, trimmed with golden hair. The head was attached to a stiff little body, dressed in a frilly frock. Legs stuck out awkwardly from beneath the hem of the lacy dress, tipped with red shoes flattened with pearl buttons. It took a few moments for Aspen's heart to stop pounding. It wasn't a real little girl. Of course it wasn't. It was only a doll. But it was immaculately made. For a few seconds, the doll had been enough to fool Aspen. She almost believed, as her light shone across its still, motionless face, that it might be a real human, sitting sentient in the gloom. The doll was perched in a wooden chair, much like the ones stacked and pulled in the corner of the old Hoover. Her head hung to the right. Her eyes stared lifelessly right at Aspen's. What was such a doll doing in Miss Lay's attic? The more Aspen looked at the doll, examining her disconcertingly lifelike features, the more she felt she'd seen that face, those eyes, that just before. It looked like Althea. But that was crazy. Wasn't it? Just a coincidence. Aspen looked away from the door, her fingers gripping the torch more tightly, for she no longer trusted herself. She didn't trust her fingers, or her eyes, or even her mind. It felt like it was playing tricks on her. Past the door, Althea could see yet more toys that must have belonged to a younger child. There was a doll, with a doll house, a couple of stuffed bears with ribbons around their necks, and a monkey with a tasseled cap holding a pair of cymbals. I hate those things. Those are scary as fuck. Why do they exist? Why? Those curios were all covered in dust. The fur of the bears were worn and dull and rough in patches, and the monkey's eyes were black, staring, almost accusatory. Inside the little collection of child's toys was what appeared to be a pram. It looked nothing like the collapsed plastic model Aspen's parents kept in the attic. This pram looked something like you'd expect to see in a museum or in a historical movie. A relic of the past, with barred wheels and a slim black riser, presumably to keep the sun and rain off the baby curled inside. The baby. Why were there so many things in the attic for a baby? So they didn't have a son or a daughter. She lived alone. Nobody had ever come to visit her. all she had was Rebecca. She did a child. So why? Aspen turned the torch away from the children's things, seeing them in the dark, clustered beneath the sloped roof, made her feel sad. But it was an empty, aching sadness she couldn't quite understand. She wouldn't understand any of it. Why had Althea asked her to come up here? There didn't seem to be anything in the attic related to her. Why should there be? Althea didn't have anything to do with Miss Ley. Even if Miss Ley did own a doll that looked strikingly like her, at least that was what Aspen had concluded. Until the light shone upon the most illuminating object of all. It was the cardboard box, resting in a corner, opposite the pile she'd already examined. The box was slightly less dusty, dustier than the others, and Aspen could see the fingerprints on its top. It looked like it had been moved recently, though it couldn't have been by Miss Ley. It was dead. Who then moved it? Squatter? The attic was full to bursting with paraphernalia. It didn't look like anybody else had been taken. That only left Althea. Aspen knew she had explored the house before, but and the attic too. But this thought was soon eclipsed by what Aspen saw. There, written outside the box, was one word: Althea. Aspen felt her heart clench so tightly in the chest that she was afraid it had stopped. Althea? Why was Althea's name written on the box in Miss Ley's attic? For a few moments, Aspen wondered if Althea had placed there to trick her, but no. The writing on the box, in a looping cursive, had clearly been done by Miss Ley's hand. It was the same hand that had penned the birthday card that had been all those years ago. Aspen approached the box slowly, cautiously. She sank onto the floor, her legs trembling. Placed the torch to one side. Her fingers reached out to the box. They brushed against the cardboard flap to unseal it. It would be easy to open the box and look inside. But what would happen if she did? What would she find in there? Wild thoughts ran through Aspen's mind, of bones, of ashes, or a little prickly baby inside a jar. But that seemed unlikely. I'm going to quickly put some food in the microwave because I am hungry. I'm going to put some food in the microwave real quick. Be right back. It has the foods now. Foods here. Rice and foods. Foods. You have eaten yet? Do you have foods, possum, for your dinner? Do you have foods? You should not. Well, I want that food. But no. You should sit here. Staring at nothing. You could have gone and got food. Well, I want food. Well, I want to get food. Easy peasy, lemon squeezy. Unless they make it from scratch, so never mind. I see why you didn't, but still. You should get food. Get the foods. It's important. Food's good for you. Alright, if you're not gonna get food, then I'm joking. I'm joking. I'm joking. I'm joking. I want to finish this anyways. Okay, once I finish, we can do the game. We can do a game. We can do the game next week. The game. No description, just the game. The game. Don't eat the Fapix. Well, I mean, maybe. I mean, cannibalism is okay for some degree. I can get so lonely here. And in what was it called again? Silent voice. Not silent voice. Without a voice. A silent voice. Well, that'd be. Maybe that's a probably different anime slash manga. Yes. That seemed unlikely, didn't it? Almost as unlikely as finding Althea's name in a box in this old dusty attic. I should have gotten water. How do you get water? I didn't get water. I forgot to get water. Water. Aspen thought that she'd uncovered a tombstone somehow. This box marked Althea's final resting place. Everything that Althea was, and all the secrets she tried to keep from Aspen would be hiding away inside this flimsy cardboard container. Could she really lay it all bare? Did she have the guts? Aspen wasn't sure. But there was no turning back now. Slowly, with trembling fingertips, Aspen opened the box. She glanced down, afraid what she might uncover. Duh! Oh my god, do you not do that already? I do that all the time. I watch while I'm eating food. I watch anime sometimes when I'm eating food. Damn. Awesome small brain. Small brain. Awesome small brain, damn. Can't believe it. Maybe that was why she felt a faint pang of disappointment. When she found no urn, no bones, no pickled fetuses. Just clothes. They were knitted. Socks, tiny gloves, a hat, a scarf, a few sweaters and dresses. Although it was tiny, most of it was white, or pink, or pale, pastel blue. A lot of the clothes were woolen, and they looked like they'd been made by Miss Lay's own fingers. Some of the stitches were uneven, but It was clear a lot of love had been poured into them. They were all clothes for a baby. A little girl. Little Althea. Aspen lifted the clothes out of the box, examined them, one by one, before setting them on the wooden floorboards by her right. Soon she had a neat little pile of baby things by her side. But there was even more inside the box. Aspen's fingers brushed against something hard now, something nestled underneath yet another baby's gown. Aspen unearthed the object from the box with the utmost care, like an archaeologist excavating a Roman burial ground. Pretty. It's pretty. Aspen pretty. The fuck? It's a crime. It's a crime to be this pretty. It's a crime. When Aspen examined the object in her hand, she realized that it was a book. A very old book, decorated with images of a stork carrying a bundle of newfound baby. Newborn baby in its beak. It must have been a baby book then. Was this a record of Althea's life? When Aspen opened the book, taking care not to damage the binding, a sheet of paper came loose and fluttered free through the air. It landed on Aspen's lap, as though fate had ordained it. It was practically begging her to look, and look Aspen did. It was a birth certificate. The certificate was dated 1967. It was from Scar Row General Hospital. Written in a swoopy cursive by the line that said name were the words Althea Margaret Lay. So, Miss Leigh had a daughter, number 3 once upon a time. But what did happen to her? Aspen turned to the pages of the book, her heart pounding in her chest. The photo of Miss Leigh looking at her looking so young Aspen hardly recognized her. Her skin was devoid of wrinkles, her hair wasn't white, but auburn. Miss Leigh, she looked like Miss Leigh in those photographs. She looked undoubtedly like a Margaret. And Margaret she is. Really is Margaret. In one photo, Margaret was lying in a hospital bed. Her hair was messy, and there were dark rings beneath her eyes, but was smiling, clutching a small bundle into her chest. Althea. Baby Althea had a very pink face. It had been sunburned, and no hair at all. Her mouth was open. It looked like she was crying, but Margaret gazed upon her tenderly, all the same. There were more baby photos, and more photographs of baby Althea in the hospital. One of her breastfeeding with her mother, another with her being held by her father. This was the first time Aspen had ever seen Mr. Leigh. He'd ignored them. He died long before Aspen's time, but in the photograph he looked happy. Healthy as could be. A proud father, Ivor cradled his daughter close, his eyes swimming with eternal affection. Looked, Aspen noted at the start, a little like her own father. Only Ivor's hair was fair, but he wore thick rimmed glasses. Aspen turned to the page. The Leighs were no longer in the hospital now. There were pictures of Althea in the bathtub. Althea lying in her crib. Althea on the beach. As Aspen turned the pages, Althea grew older and older. Althea was no longer a pink blob in a bundle of blankets. She was taller now, with a few wisps of blonde hair growing from the crown of her head. A week came a month, which turned into a year. There were notes on all the pages, written in Margaret's cursive. A few words have been appended here and there in bold, stronger in hand, presumably her husband. Althea gripped my little finger and smiled at me today. She has such a lovely smile. She'll turn all the boys' heads when she grows up. Althea is starting to crawl. She is so inquisitive. She can't stand still for a second. I'll have to keep my eye on her. Bought Althea a doll to play with. I think it's too big for her now, but she'll love it when she's a bit older. Althea said her first word today. Looked at me when she was lying in her crib and said, "Mama." My eyes almost melted. Althea is learning how to walk. She's trying to learn a bit too quickly. She keeps stumbling, but she always gets back up again. How persevering! What perseverance! Althea seemed to be very much active for a baby. A year in, and she can walk a few steps without assistance. Maybe she'll be a dancer. But then, a little after the half point in the baby book, the photo suddenly stopped. The notes, too. The earlier pages had been full of the mother's love for her little girl, particularly bursting from page. But now, there was nothing. Just blank, empty space. As swallowed, she felt her eyes prickling, her fingers trembling. You know what had happened? Of course. There's only one explanation. You just need to keep going. But she kept turning the pages all the same. Endless empty pages, which spoke more than any words she could ever have. Finally, she made it to the back of the book. There, folded into a small square, as though hiding it away, they could make the words contain less true. A slip of paper. I picked up the paper and unfolded it carefully, smoothing out the edges. It was a certificate, the one at the beginning of the book, from Scarborough General Hospital. This certificate, however, wasn't one of birth. It was one of death. It was for Althea Margaret Clay, who had died at the age of 1 year and 2 months. Aspen sat there, 2 moments, frozen. Yet he was silent, save for the steady pounding of the rain against the roof. Miss Lay had had a little girl once. The little Althea. Knitted Althea gloves and scarves, hats and dresses, and brought her a doll she never had a chance to play with, and dreamed of her having being a dancer. Dancer? Aspen had done ballet when she was younger. Miss Lay had sent her that card on her 13th birthday, the little girl in the tutu, and inside she'd written out well wishes for the special girl, but she hadn't addressed it to Aspen. She addressed it to Althea. Miss Lay had always mixed up Aspen's names up. Aspen had corrected her once, because answering the name of Althea had been awkward. Miss Lay had laughed at her mistake and shook her head and said she must have been going senile at her old age. But she had still called Aspen Althea after all that. Aspen thought it was because Miss Lay was getting old, but now it wasn't certain. This whole time, when Miss Lay had invited her over, for a little chat that she served her plates of biscuits and cups of tea, she hadn't really been seeing Aspen. She was the little girl she once had. Little girl who'd never had a chance to see grow up. Althea. Aspen must have been a segregated daughter of sorts to the lonely woman who had lost her baby and her husband. That was why Miss Lay had invited her over so often. She'd wanted to pretend that only for a few hours that her little girl was alive, even though the ages were all wrong, and her Althea would have been an adult now, as old as Aspen's parents. But Althea wasn't alive. She was dead. Or was she? If Althea had died as an infant, who was the girl Aspen had met in Miss Lay's home? Who was the real Althea? Who knew nothing about the stars or liked vanilla ice cream and could dance more gracefully than Aspen ever could dreamed? Was she a ghost? A spirit? A crystallization of Miss Lay's love and longing for a little girl now given form? Was such a thing possible? Had Althea appeared before Aspen, she could guide her to this box of babies, things. Did she want somebody to remember, however faintly, that a girl called Althea Margaretine Lay had once existed, had been taken from the world too soon? Had Miss Lay died? When Miss Lay died, so did all the memories of Althea. But now, Aspen had managed to find those memories, lovingly preserved in this little cardboard box, hidden away inside Miss Lay's attic. Aspen remembered Althea, if nobody else did. What of Althea he'd met? Who was she? What was she? Why had she appeared in this house? And why did she seem so drawn to Aspen? And why did she kiss her? Why had she been crying earlier? Aspen wanted to know. She had to know. She had discovered Miss Leia's secret, but there was still so much, far too much, she didn't know about Althea. This box didn't clear anything up about Althea's true origins. It only created more questions. That was why Aspen had to find her. She had to ask her, "Who are you?" Althea! Althea! Aspen entered Miss Lay's old, dingy kitchen, the torch clutched tightly in her hand. The light of the torch illuminating the room looked more ill-used and decrepit than before. Paint was flaking, and the walls and the floor was stained with dirty footsteps, clouds of dirt. Guiltily, Aspen wondered if some of those footprints had come from soles of her own shoes. The table where Miss Lay had sat when Aspen had first found her that cold January day, still there, sitting in the corner, was Miss Lay's chair. Aspen shuddered. She turned her attention to the wooden drawers and cupboards that were dinged. And the kitchen counter was covered in dust. Moments of dust swirled in the air, illuminated by the torch's orange glow. Aspen turned the light towards the old washing machine, where Althea was often perched on. But Althea wasn't there. She had vanished into thin air, as though she had never existed. She hadn't even had the decency to leave behind a memento to the story of Cinderella. There was no glass slipper, or in this case, black flat. The bag was gone too. I suppose she still had Althea's torch, a large, round, bulky thing that seemed to swirl batteries. What mattered with mementos was that flat. She could hardly display that in her bedroom. Parents would see it, and they'd think it was strange. She was stranger than ever. Aspen sighed. To the ground with the tip of the trainer. You said you were going to wait for me. You said. Outside the empty glassless window, Aspen could hear the rain falling. It matched the morose mood perfectly. She should have known, told herself with a sigh. Althea had told herself in her own words she couldn't be trusted. She was and always had been a liar. Several days later, the summer holiday came to a close. Aspen's parents returned home, smiling and suntanned, with trips aboard and abroad, and Aspen greeted them with warm hugs and reassurance that yes, she was alright, and yes, she already knew all about Anya. Aspen didn't try to go back to Miss Leigh's home. She knew there was no point. And he would never have let her go outside so late. Even if Aspen had tried to sneak out, he would have been caught. And he was, in addition to being an incredulous warrior, a light sleeper. Even if she had gone to Miss Leigh's house, Aspen doubted Althea would have been there. Althea herself had said that she and Aspen might not be able to see each other after she uncovered the truth. Though honestly, Aspen felt more in the dark than before. She didn't know what truth she'd managed to uncover exactly, but the vagueness of made her uneasy. Despite that, she decided to subject her. I'll never see Althea again. Althea disappeared. Althea left a hole where she had once been, like a ladder running through a pair of tights, but Aspen was sure the hole would eventually repair itself. Time had a tendency of healing old wounds. Soon she'd be so busy she wouldn't have any spare moments to spend wondering about Althea. It was time to start going to college. She was going to see Pippa and Lachie again. It had been a little over a week since Aspen had last seen Pippa and Lachie, and she was anxious. Lachie might have phoned up to apologize, but Pippa had remained disconcertingly stony-lipped, and Aspen knew just how well Pippa could keep grudges. Aspen didn't want to be the one receiving end of her ill temper. Now she'd embark on a new phase of her life. College. In a few years, presumably if she passed an A level, she'd go to university, and then she'd have to move away from home. She really was becoming an adult. Little baby Althea, meanwhile, never had the chance. In a sense, Aspen supposed she was fortunate. Life was something to be thankful for. She had spent far too long wishing she could pass that privilege off to somebody else. Well, Aspen decided. Enough was enough. She only had one life and she intended to make the most of it. No matter how scary it was. That Monday morning, the 3rd of September, Aspen found herself sitting in her dorm room, waiting for a teacher to arrive. Though college was supposedly a big jump from secondary school, at least she didn't need to wear Graham's ugly blue blazer anymore, and they could reuse the sprite, not make new ones. Lol. The classroom itself didn't look all that different to Aspen's previous classrooms. There were several desks and chairs, and students with large desks for the teachers near the front. The whiteboard, a smart board, and what looked like an old projector. Students from years gone by had carved messages on the desks, or scrawled them in blue biro. Aspen let her fingers trail over the names. Her brow frowned. As she examined her desk, she thought back to her time spent with Althea. She wasn't sure if it had really happened, or if she'd dreamed it. That kiss, in particular, felt like something vague and hazy. A daydream that had impressed itself onto her. She lay in bed at night. Still unclear, though, it was, Aspen could remember those lips against her own. Althea's mouth tasted of vanilla ice cream. Vanilla had been Althea's favorite flavor of ice cream. If Althea really was a ghost or a spirit of some kind, a mysterious creature that defied explanation, then how much could she eat that ice cream? Eating seemed like a hopelessly mundane activity. It didn't compute with what little about Althea than I knew. Then again, Aspen knew just a little about Althea to begin with. But she did know that her kiss tasted like... Aspen's face flushed. She shifted her chair and glanced out the window at the hedge trees that grew in the fringe of the college campus. Aspen was one of the first people to arrive at a classroom. There were 10 minutes until form started, and the very first getting to know you session at school that would probably take around an hour. The teacher would probably ask everybody to introduce themselves and give a brief talk about their hobbies and interests. To Aspen, the thought of was excruciating. She'd always hated being put on the spot. What in the world could she say? Indeed. I'm Aspen, and I might be able to see dead people. Sir, that would be done well. Not! It's as Aspen was wondering this, nibbling at her lower lips, that the door opened. She lifted her head. There standing in the doorway was Pippa, played by Lahi. Ah. When Aspen saw Pippa, her mouth fell open into a small ring. So they were in the same form class. Lahi too, by the looks of the things. What were the odds? Pretty high, I'd say. Aspen ducked her head shyly. She wasn't sure if Pippa was going to blank her or not. Maybe Pippa was still angry. It would be better if she did blank her. Being ignored would be better off than being openly insulted or scolded. Yet, to Aspen's surprise... Hey Aspen. Pippa was walking up to her. The red-headed girl looked unusually tense and awkward. She ran her hand through her red curls and shifted from foot to foot, frowning. I, was talking to Lahi a little this morning, and I know it was kind of shitty to you at our sleepover. I was hurt and upset that you blew up on me, but maybe I kind of deserved it. Just a little. I mean, I tried to force you to go back to that creepy house and pushed you and your phone. How is your phone anyway? Completely broken. I took it to the store, but they couldn't fix it. Ah, that's a bummer. I'm sorry. It's fine. Aspen drew a flat, silvery device from her pocket and gave Pippa what she hoped was a reassuring smile. My parents were in a good mood after the cruise, and they bought me a new one. Oh! Is that the newest Samsung? Maybe, I'm not sure. I think it was expensive? It must have been. It's a really good model. Pippa smiled excitedly. Her previous hesitation going in, she seized upon something that could talk about. I really want that phone too, but I don't have any money. If only my parents were as generous as yours. My parents weren't being generous, really. Aspen got broken, and we all know whose fault that was. What can I say? What can I say? I don't know my own strength sometimes. I'd say you don't know when to quit. But everyone works out, right? Aspen even managed to get a new phone out of it, and a really good phone too. Who knows? Maybe it's a good thing I pushed her. I wouldn't go quite that far. I would. Maybe more than exploring a creepy old house to get a new phone, let me tell you. I'd willingly break one of my arms or sell a kidney. Don't sell your kidney. You need those. Yeah, I'm sure you would. I would, no joke. Aspen looked between Pippa and Lahi and found a small smile rising to her lips. It was strange to think that she had been so worried Pippa wouldn't make amends with her. She wouldn't have been so paranoid. She shouldn't have been so paranoid. Pippa, for all her faults and flaws, was still her friend. They'd been friends since they were little children, little enough to fit inside Draper's washing machine. They had a bond that couldn't be broken that easily. not by smashing phones or angry red-faced arguments. Aspen exhaled, her eyelashes downturned. Maybe things wouldn't be so bad after all. Small things she'd been worried about for nothing. She thought during the last moonlit, isolated nights of the summer holidays that she was all alone. Now that she was relieved to find that she'd been wrong. She still had her friends. Althea had been nothing more than a fleeting dream. Althea, though she had seemed so real when perched on Miss Lay's old washing machine, now faded into non-existence when exposing the light of day. She was like one of those old photographs, only be developed in the dark. Hit the film into the light and everything would be ruined. All the magic destroyed, exposed. With Pippa, with her pink-cheeked, Lahi with her sharp angles, who were undeniably solid and real. They were part of Aspen's life, and continued to be. So for a few years at least. Althea, meanwhile, was not. Never had been. In her new form room in her new college, Althea had never felt more distant and far away. As Aspen pondered in the classroom, the classroom door opened and walked in a woman with blonde hair, piled high on her head, wearing jangy earrings and a long shawl. Hello, everyone. Someone trilled with a very red smile. My name is Sarah Caro, and I'll be your form teacher for the 2 years of Coast College. Of course, you're not children anymore, and you're not in school. You don't need to call me Miss Cowell. In fact, I'd rather you just call me. I'd rather you didn't. It makes me feel old. You can just call me Sarah, and I'll call you by your first names too. Now, I'm a little scatterbrained and I'm not very good with names, so it might take me some time to get it right. Please bear with me. So, is everybody here? Sarah glanced about the classroom, her red lips smeared lipstick pursed. It looks like we're all present and accounted for, apart from a few gaps here and there. Well, never mind. It's already past 9, and I think we should get cracking if we want to introduce ourselves. So, I've told you who I am, but... oh no. Aspen groaned and sank down into a seat. She knew what was coming next. It was inevitable. I don't know who you are yet. That's why I'd like to see... it's the time to get to know each and every one of you. If you make it interesting enough, I might be enough to remember your names quicker. That's too big of a stone. So, does anybody want to start, or should I work my way through the first stuff? Aspen tried to sink in even lower into a chair, away from Sarah's watchful gaze. Pippa, who was sitting next to Aspen, sniggered and gave her a dig in the ribs. You're going to have to talk about yourself eventually, Aspen. But you don't want to. Why not? Nobody's going to bite you. Yes, but you always laugh at me. Why would our new classmates laugh at you? Most people in here went to Graham with us anyway. I know, but I mean, Aspen twirled her fingers into an anxious pretzel in her lap. I'm not very interesting. I think you're interesting. Really? Sure. Why don't you tell them about doing ballet? But I quit. Then tell them about the washing machine incident. They'll make you stick in their minds. Like I was stuck inside the washing machine, you mean? That's right. But chortled and Aspen sighed. I don't really think that's impressive. I don't think that's the impression I want to give. Then why don't you talk about Miss Lay? Aspen's shoulders stiffened. It took months for people in Graham to stop asking about that. I'd rather everybody forget about it. And how about... But before people could reply, the door of the classroom opened. I'm sorry I was a little late. My dad was meant to drop me off on the way here, but there was some trouble with the car. But don't worry, no trouble at all, dear. Only the first day. We haven't introduced ourselves yet. Although, since you just come in, why don't you do the honors? Do you want to introduce yourself to the class first? Well, it's not a starting point. Aspen blinked. She recognized that voice. It sounded almost eerily familiar, although there was something slightly off about it. Maybe that was because she'd grown accustomed to hearing it echo around the walls of Miss Leigh's empty, abandoned house. Slowly, Aspen lifted her head. Instead, Charlotte. Charlotte? Charlotte? You're fucking me. Wait. That's Charlotte. The ballet one? Wait,
Go,
shit.
lesbians, let's go!
It don't make sense now.
Let's go, lesbians, let's go!
Oh shit. Bro. It's Charlotte. I like how the fucking achievement spelled her name for me as well. Thanks, achievement. I appreciate it. Thanks a lot. But it's Charlotte. You know, the girl who was teasingly bullying Aspen as a child in ballet class. The fuck? There, standing in the doorway, a message bag slung over her shoulder, was Althea. But she didn't look very much like Althea at that moment. Her golden curls were tied back in almost disappointingly ordinary ordinary ponytail, and though she'd opted for white again, she was wearing a simple shirt and a pair of shorts. She didn't look like a ghost. Neither did she look like a phantom. She was really, truly real. But she wasn't the Althea Aspen had grown accustomed to. Who was she? Althea glanced about the classroom, examining her new classmates. Her eyes lingered a little longer than necessary on Aspen. No, Aspen had to duck her head, her face blushing. A thin smile captured the corners of Althea's lips. She laughed, shaking her head. If you want to know a little bit about me, however, there's not much to tell, but my name's Charlotte. I like making up stories. I hope we can all be friends. Aww, that's the whole game. That's the whole game. I like it. Very cute. I love it. I love it. Very cute. I ship it. I ship it. I'm gay for them. I'm very gay for them. Oh, the cheek kiss. Very cute. Technically, it is Irish lover if you think about it, in a way. Also, why should she just hang out in the room forever? Why was she just hanging out in the old room? Old house. Why did you hang out there? Kind of weird. Real odd. The gay stargazing. Awesomely impersonating a dead person. Indeed. It is! I like it. Yeah, look at oh. Hey, Aspen. What would you do if I disappeared? Huh? Aspen turned to look at Charlotte, her brow furrowed. The two girls were sitting together on a bus, which was populated with ballerinas in various stages of training. 11 students of Miss Girls Academy. The grey, seemingly unending stretch of A641 almost beneath the tires, but with the tires of the bus, as it stuttered, and the girls their final destination. York University. Aston had never been to York. Well, that's not university. That's not university. York. Never to York. She hadn't been to many places, really. But she was cautiously optimistic about her trip. At least she would have been, had the strain of the future performance not rested upon her small shoulders. The girls of Miss were going to take part in performance at Friargate Theatre. All the ballet mistresses' girls were to attend, from the youngest to the junior class to the oldest to the seniors. Miss had a lot of students and needed 2 buses to contain all of them. The girls inside Aspen's bus ranged between the age of 5 to 18, and 18-year-olds looked very mature indeed, with their elaborate hairstyles and sweeping makeup. Oh, this is a past. This is a flashback. These girls were all clustered together, devoutly ignoring the younger ones, reading magazines, listening to music, and talking about their upcoming A-levels. To Aspen, it was all very strange and new. Aspen was so young, she still found it hard to distinguish ages, and these willowy girls seemed just as worthy as her parents, or Miss herself. Aspen couldn't imagine getting that old. It didn't seem possible. How would her legs get so long? Would a wicked, nefarious demon creep into her room at night and stretch them out on a rack? It didn't bear thinking about. Neither did their upcoming performance, The Nutcracker. The older girls from the senior class had been assigned the main roles. The girls from the junior class were part of the court ballet, shunted after the back of the stage where they would cause the least amount of embarrassment. If Aspen had been old enough to apply a little logic, she would have realized she was hardly the star attraction of the event. Nobody would be looking at her, save for parts. She didn't have anything to worry about, but Penny, being Penny, had booked tickets for the show months in advance, though it clashed with a Leeds versus Everton football match. James has been born in Leeds and he was a avid fan. James would try to wiggle out of it. Does Aspen really need both to be there, Penny had been firm. Aspen supposed she should have been happy her father was going to watch her. But she knew she'd rather stay at home and watch TV. And she knew her pathetic dancing would never be able to compete with the thrilling excitement of a football match. Not that Aspen found football all that thrilling. It was nerve-wracking, really. What if she made a mistake? She didn't want to let her father down. Aspen conjured up dozens of nightmare scenarios, each one more embarrassing than the last. In her mind's eye, she tripped over her feet, fell off the stage, caught on fire. She didn't continue to example as Google was caption. All night but a misspelled stories stayed up in her head. Aspen was so aggrieved, she spent so much of her trip biting her fingernails. So lost in her anxiety that she hardly heard Charlotte's question. What did you say? Aspen asked, still half submerged in her own nightmares, and Charlotte sighed. I said, Dozy. Cute. Nickname sticking. Said, clicking Aspen's forehead. What would you do if I disappeared? Disappeared? Aspen asked, pressing one hand against her aching forehead. What do you mean? I mean, if I turned into foam, like the Little Mermaid. The Little Mermaid didn't turn to foam, Aspen countered, weakly, but she wasn't so sure. Ariel hadn't dissolved in the end of the movie she had watched. But Charlotte seemed to know much more about the world than she did, despite being only a handful of months older. She did it in the Disney version, Dumbo, Charlotte said, her eyes shining with that all-knowing glint. What she did in the real story. What real story? One of the books my dad gave me. It was filled with fairy tales, but none of them happy endings. The March girl died. The Tin Soldier burned him to death. The Little Mermaid turned to foam. This isn't true, Aspen said, more uneasily still. You're lying. No, I'm not. What about this? I can show you the book if you want. If you want. I had pictures too. I had pictures too. No, it's fine. I don't want to see it, said Espen. I know you wouldn't want to. Coward, you custard. Came Charlotte's aloof retort. Maybe Espen was a coward. She quivered enough whenever she had to perform on stage. The mere thought of the upcoming performance was enough to make her feel sick. All the same, Aspen didn't think she was wrong for loving the Little Mermaid. Her version of it, not the horde of one Charlotte spoke of, where the mermaid died. Where did your dad get that book anyway? Aspen asked. Those fairy tales don't sound right. Oh, my dad has lots of old books. He owns a second-hand store. Really? You don't believe me? I don't know. Then every time Aspen asked Charlotte about her life, she needed a new answer, each one more fanciful than the last. Once Charlotte had told her that her dad was a sultan. At another, she'd claimed that he was a scientist who was going to cure cancer. Aspen had believed her at first until Penny had squashed the idea into dirt. Oh, Morby, a scientist? Don't make me laugh. You need a brain through that, dear Aspen. Compared to being a sultan or a scientist, owning a second-hand bookstore sounded like a far more reasonable and realistic occupation. Well, it doesn't matter what you think. That's besides the point, Charlotte said. Almost forwarded. I want to know what you do. What you do. About what? If I stopped showing up to ballet class and never saw you again, would you be sad? Charlotte's eyes bore to Aspen's. She was clearly waiting for a response. Aspen wasn't sure what to say. Would she feel sad? It was hard to know. Aspen supposed Charlotte was her friend, in a sense. She was the only girl at Miss who spoke to her. She always chivied her along when she was down in the dumps. It had been Charlotte who washed Aspen's knee when she'd fallen over during practice. It was Charlotte who picked Aspen out as a partner when they had to perform warm-ups. Now it was Charlotte who had chosen to sit next to Aspen on the bus, when nobody else would. But conversely, Charlotte could be very cruel. She would trip Aspen up in class, stick hairpins in her scalp, and give her Chinese burns. She told Aspen outraged lies. Aspen was gullible enough to believe them. Sometimes Charlotte whispered dirty words in Aspen's ears, and Aspen, wide-eyed and innocent, would treat them into her mother. Aspen didn't know how she would feel if Charlotte disappeared, like a conjurer's assistant. But she knew perfectly well how her mother would say. Good riddance to bad rubbish. I don't know how I'd feel, was all Aspen could muster. Her little face took the effort of thinking. Why? Do you want to quit ballet? I don't know if I have a choice. What do you mean? It's difficult. Charlotte held with the fingers, which were linked together on her lap. My parents were getting along well lately. They're always fighting. My parents fight too about the dirty dishes in the laundry. That's nice, Charlotte said. My parents fight about Debbie and Slow. Debbie and Slow? What's that? My dad's girlfriend. Mum said he was having an affair, and then she threw a vase at him, still with some flowers in it. Aspen stared at Charlotte, her expression incomprehensible. Debbie? Slow? Affair? Aspen could hardly make sense of all those words. She'd never heard of slow or affairs. She'd never met anybody called Debbie either. For all Aspen knew, Slow had been made up fantasy place, yet another product of Aspen's wicked imagination. But Charlotte sounded unusually serious. Aspen didn't think that was the case this time. This was real. Well, it has nothing to do with me, Charlotte said, kicking the seat in front of her, dismissively, passionately. I don't care what Mum and Dad do. They can fight all they want. I try to hide in my room, but my room might not be my room much longer. What do you mean? Dad wants to move with Debbie. He asked me if I'd come with him. And what did you say? It doesn't matter what I said. I don't have a choice. I'm only a kid. Nobody cares what I want. Charlotte turned her head and looked out the window. The sky grey and cloudy, and the road flat for miles around. It was hardly the most inspiring scenery. Young Charlotte sighed, her fingers traced shapes amongst the grimy window. Though she said she didn't care what her parents did, Aspen was unconvinced. Charlotte was an adept liar, but this was one of the least convincing fibs she'd told. It was obvious she did care. Otherwise, she wouldn't have mentioned it. Aspen didn't know anything about Slow or affairs, but she did know Charlotte. And she could tell the other girl was upset. She wanted to comfort Charlotte, but Charlotte had comforted her when she had grazed her knee. But there weren't any taps in the bus. She could hardly run Charlotte under cold water for 5 seconds. I think it would help. Emotional distress, as we discovered, was much harder to kiss better than a scratch on the knee. Hey, Aspen. Well, Aspen dithered, helplessly, indistinctively, indecisive. Charlotte glanced at her from over her shoulder. She frowned her shoulder brow, and said, "You wouldn't forget me, would you?" Aspen had no idea how to comfort Charlotte, but at least this was a query she could answer with certainty. With all the confidence she could muster, where there was confidence when she had to dance. Aspen said, "No, I wouldn't." "You promise?" "I promise." "Even if I look different?" "Even so," Aspen said with a purposeful nod of her head. "I will never forget you." "Good," Charlotte said, a self-satisfied smile on her face. "I'm so sure. Why did we swear by it?" "Swear?" Aspen knew a lot about swearing. Now, after being subjected to Charlotte's colourful vocabulary, what books had her father been giving her anyway, and she wasn't so sure about this proposition. "If we swear, my mum will get mad at me." No, Charlotte said crossly. "I didn't mean like that, dummy." Again, Charlotte flicked Aspen on the forehead, and then again, Aspen winced. "I meant we could make a pinky promise. Then we would never forget each other. Even if I have to live in stinky old Slough, we'll always remember each other. Always." Aspen swallowed. Didn't think she needed any particular incentive to remember Charlotte. She's already unforgettable. Her bright smiles and her casual cruelty. Part of Aspen was afraid of Charlotte. What other part was enraptured? Completely and utterly. Charlotte's father might have sold scrappy books for a living, but Charlotte was the real storyteller. She could enthrall Aspen with nothing but her words. And Aspen knew she would never forget her. Still, Charlotte seemed determined to mark her agreement in some way. The pinky promise was far less painful than all the Chinese burns Charlotte had administered in the past. And so, after a small pause, "Okay," Aspen said, holding out her small finger. "Let's promise." Good. Aspen linked her fingers with Charlotte's, Small smile played across her lips. Just make sure you don't break it, okay? If you do, I'll never forgive you. Never? Not ever. John stepped a little closer to Aspen. There was barely any space between the two girls, their fingers intertwined, eyes locked together. His eyes, though they were pale blue, suddenly looked very intense, like flickering lights in a Christmas tree. Aspen felt small trickles of fear run up her spine. In the background, she could hear the tires grinding over the road, girls engaging in conversation. The bus trundled down the road, taking Aspen left and right. Pinball, but still, the fingers remained linked with charts. She couldn't draw away. It was as though she had fallen entirely under the other girl's spell. Extra time. Art gallery time. Women time. Women. Women. I love women. Women. Gay. I know the bathtub is a CG we can look back at. What do we got? We got memory. Girl talk. Ooh, there's a lot. Everyone, thanks for reading Ritual in the Dark. I hope you enjoyed this vaguely spooky story, even though it's quite short experience. Yeah, it's quite a short experience. Took two whole streams, yes, it's always short. I love it's a casual 2 to 3 hour read. It won't take that long. Me, it takes fucking 10 hours to read. Flashback to Winter Fragments, where I took ages to read that one Christmas themed story. It was good though. It was well worth the time. I'm inspired to write the story largely because The Cure. I was listening to the album Disintegration. That's actually not disintegration. And I decided to write a story with a similar atmosphere, which could convey a specific kind of feeling. Given Rituals was largely inspired by The Cure, I wanted the story to focus less on its narrative and characters and more on establishing a general mood. As such, I decided to set everything, more or less, at night and, more or less, in one location to help enhance the eerie atmosphere. As for the setting, I enjoyed placing my stories in England because I'm from the UK. I'm relatively familiar with this country, and it's easier to set more serious stories here, and I have to do less research about the location, which is a plus. It also rains a lot in England, which makes it a good setting for creepy stories. It's also why I picked out the setting for the sweetest monster. I haven't done that yet. I think I have that on my wish list. It's not gay though. It's pretty straight. It's pretty straight. It's a pretty straight game. Sad face, it's a straight game. I know. Depressing. Straight people. Imagine straightness. French. Straight. I don't think on the right. Yeah, it's on my wish list. Down here. Yep. No, yep, that is. It's straight. It's a straight one. It's also sexual content and nudity. So I can't play this game on streaming this. But it is very straight. I chose Scarborough as the setting in particular because I wanted the story to take place by the sea, Well, the main character really never actually goes to the beach. And because Scarborough is often voted one of the worst places to live in UK. Charmed, I'm sure. I wonder if anybody who is actually from Scarborough or has been to Scarborough will actually read this. I don't know if the bites of Scarborough you see presented here are a great representation of the town. While the characters weren't the main focus of the story, I'm still pretty fond of them. Aspen, in particular, was inspired by Violet, the main character in Jacqueline Winston's Midnight, which happened to be my favorite book when I was a child. Which will share a few story beats from Midnight, actually, since they both feature teenage girls being bullied into exploring abandoned houses, and a lot of scenes in Midnight are also set at night, as the trailer suggests. One of the main plot threads involved the awkward main character befriending a girl who considers more cooler than herself. The story is not 100% identical, but I did lift some inspiration from it. I'd recommend checking it out. Might be a children's book, but I think it holds up well. I'm a very big fan of Jacqueline Wilson. When I was young, and it's particularly because of her that I decided I wanted to write stories too. I owe her and her books a lot, so I wanted to write something in a similar vein to a story for a long time. I suppose Ritual is some strange merger of a Cure album, British children's literature, and some awkward teenage romance elements. I think it's a bit of an odd mixture. Hopefully it worked out. It worked out perfectly, Abby. It was very good. Very enjoyable. I loved it. And very cute. And, that's it, I guess. That was the whole game. That was the whole stream. And that means tomorrow we're gonna start a new Sapphic. Next week we start a new Sapphic game. Poggers. We're pogging in chat now. We're pogging in chat. Before I leave, I need to do my squats. My 5 squats. As I push my chair backwards. Tilt my camera. Tilt my laptop up. Reset position. Keep it away. Put that button again. And then do me 5 squats. 5 squats. Did you have food yet, Possum? Did you have food yet? You've acquired food yet? Better. I'll be quick of you to eat 1 hour. Especially for now. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Yeah. Get back to your chair. Anyways, that was the whole stream. Let's do a quick look for anyone I know existing. Who is existing right now? Anyone existing? Otherwise, we go for the random route, the stranger route as usual. Food sounds good. Do you have you eaten yet? Well, then maybe you should eat too. If you haven't, you should. I'm watching you. I don't have her yet. That's why. Sure, on my bed, but Yoshiko is. Yoshiko, my Blaha is. See, here. Who is alive here? I don't know. But this is a Mimo. This is a fake run. This is a Mimo cutout. This is a Mimo cardboard cutout. You can tell because it's not real. You can tell by it's not. It's the stock image they give us. It'll be a real Mimo when I get the real Mimo. When I get the real one. Mimo the angle. The angle. She could be your angle or your dabble. No one playing Alon as far as I can tell, which is sad. Sad, no Alon today. Let's see. Anything interesting on my suggestions list? I know, no one ate on him. It's big sad. Anything here? It's a shame when it's someone we know isn't live until 10 p.m. We're not gonna sit here for an hour and a half doing absolutely nothing. So let's check the tag of VTuber. What's up in VTuber tag? Avoiding responsibilities? That's pretty cool. Baldur's Gate, Valorant. While I'm looking at someone's crotch. Let's see. You guys have any suggestions you know? Because I don't think anyone I know is existing at the moment. And that is a sad factoid. When no one exists. What do? We die. I only follow 2 people from Natural Disaster. I only follow Ava and Amari. Whom is this? I think I saw it in Notif. I don't know who it is. Let me go pull it up on my phone. Armor Core 6. I can read Roman numerals, can you? Armor Core 6. I've seen someone make make Mega Man Samus. I've seen someone make Samus on Armor Core. That was interesting. You could start a Mori. You can go for it. I'm not gonna stop you. Start it. Maybe you'll find something I didn't. Maybe you'll find something I didn't, because it's probably possible. You can find something I didn't, because I don't. Although I might have a lot of knowledge of Mori, I don't know everything. You want to stream Omori? That's a shame. It's a sad shame. I mean, you could usually just use stock. You just crop out images of your Final Fantasy character. That would also work on Livia. I think stopping you from doing that. Just crop out you from Final Fantasy. That's just you. It's not the NSFW reference. Yeah, don't use that one. That would you ban either way. Don't do that. But I don't. I mean, you can buy a capture card pretty cheap. You can look on Amazon. You can find some. You don't need a fancy like Elgato or whatever. You can just buy one off Amazon and stuff. Yeah, you just look on Amazon for capture cards. It's not difficult to find a good capture card. It's everywhere. So that'll work. That'll work for you. Yeah, no reason particular. No reason particular. Not the things we're talking about in the disaster chat. I not looking at the whole time. With 2 doors. What? No. Anyways, yeah, just look on Amazon for like cheap capture cards if you want to start streaming your console games and whatnot. And yeah. Let's get on with our raid and move on with the stalking allegations. No. Anyways, I'm hope you everyone had a good Sunday. I'm not sure what I'm doing tomorrow. Either I decide to do the Gundam, or I do Finding Paradise. I blame you both for having the bill be tied. Cause fuck you. You fucking suck. Could you? I'm ashamed of you. But yeah, send some love to a natural disaster person. And I'll listen nothing about. Haha, lol. It's all your fault. It's all your fault. Well, it's both your faults why it's tied. And I should have to make a decision. I could torture you all and myself and put it on October. Anyways, have a nice night. Bye bye.